To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
Hello and welcome to the OMEN VALORANT Challenges South Asia 2025.
Virtually no velocity movement, right? और हाथ में एक शरीफ एंगल ऐसा बट बैठ है एक बड़ी अंडरस्टैंडिंग लगाई बट ट्रिकी जस्ट पुशिंग इट डाउन एक करके फ्रैग इन्हें वाला ने फिनिशिंग कंट्रोल जरूर करी है लेकिन जी पकड़ेगा शाउट स्टेप किया था ट्रिकी ने एक परफेक्टली एक सेकंड में कामयाब
The shield is broken and the time of survival is nigh because now it's down to elimination or survival. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. You all are watching the OMEN VALORANT Challenges 2025 Split 3. And the fun fact right now here is it's going to be started by me. Along with me, it's going to be Necro, my man. How are you doing right now? Because, you know, the pressure is going to be super high on every single one of these teams as they don't have any more lifelines remaining.
Yeah, we moved down to the elimination bracket, and that's probably the best possible thing, right? And we're going to kick things off with a banger of a matchup, .exe versus Revenant Esports. And let's talk about the past and how they got over here in the elimination bracket in the first place. Revenant Esports, unfortunately, losing out against a team like Asterisk. Generally speaking, it's still a big question mark in my mind. I do not know what happened to Revenant Esports in that matchup, but that was a matchup Revenant Esports was supposed to win. While .exe, unfortunately for them, off the rip, they faced off against Velocity Gaming's, and it's understandable that they ended up losing that matchup.
That's the most important part, right? But the result was there, and now they're right now in this situation. So let's have a look at the schedule and see the games that we will witness today. And first one, we're going to kick things off with .exe Esports taking on Reckoning, which you just mentioned. The second one is going to be between Exe and Global Esports Academy. Now, we've had a discussion about .exe and Reckoning. Let's talk about Exe and Global Esports Academy a bit, because Necro, I wasn't again really expecting Exe to be thrashed the way they were against Revenant XSpark, but for Global Esports Academy, we did see some of the competitive plays against SATUL at least.
Yeah, but still it was a 2-0 series, right? So it was a completely one-sided series at the end of the day. So it makes a lot of sense at the end of the day. SATUL is one of those teams that is showcasing insane amount of improvement. And even yesterday, they defeated the likes of Revenant XSpark, which was definitely a major upset inside of the Split 3. We've got the Group B bracket on the screen. As I mentioned, we're going to move down to the elimination bracket. That means the room for error is now going to be next to none. .exe versus Revenant Esports. Whoever loses this will be eliminated from the Split 3. And And if Reckoning Esports does move on, of course, it's going to be lifeline to move on towards the Ascension qualifiers. But if .exe gets eliminated, that's going to be it. We're not going to see them in the future.
That's the most important part, right? Because even for .exe, I'll have to say they were sitting on that 90 point in terms of the circuit points overall, which were equal to SATUL, but SATUL were the ones who were on the 4th place. So .exe will need to place themselves above them. Otherwise, they're going to be pushed out entirely. But the same could be said for Reckoning Esports as well, because they're not really that pretty in terms of the circuit points itself. They need to have at least the top 4, the top 5 position to try and move forward. And this lineup can definitely do that.
Yeah, at least they're not doing as bad as .exe, right, though? So Reckoning Esports, still you can't say they've got a bit of that leeway. And Reckoning Esports, in my opinion, they just need to move on, as you mentioned, get top 5, top 4. That can be more than enough to nail that coffin down and move on towards the Ascension qualifiers. But specifically for a team like .exe, they need to win this split. That's the only thing that's going to save the day for them. If they do not win the split, of course, the other teams will consistently get those points too, and they might just move ahead of them, and we might just not see .exe move on towards the Ascension qualifiers.
Yeah.
So pretty much it's a double-edged sword, and both these teams, their heads are on the swivel. If they do not perform it today, we all know what's going to be the outcome.
Yeah, that's the most important part. We have to see what the outcome is actually going to be like, because to be honest, I know most of the people are thinking that Reckoning will close the series out, but I'm not going to be too shabby for .exe as well. They have showcased some solid potential in the meantime, but having a look at how things went when Reckoning were playing against Asterisk, I'll have to say, we did see a lot of stats there, and we were seeing that they're super dependent on BGG and Monaire's plays, or rather their momentum. But even in that previous series, we saw not a lot of that, went out in the way how we expected it to, but Tricky was showing some good signs of life and some good improvements. Now, in order to stop that, or in order to change the result of this series, Machiavelli will have to step things up, Necro.
Yeah, he's been one of those impact players too, right? Let's not forget Trinity on the raise. This man has been bringing in an insane amount of impact too. He's also been the main playmaker for the players of .exe. Even DC has been a consistent man. Kohli as well, RBK too. We have seen a bit of those signs of life from them too here and there, but in my opinion, both of them just needs to find the consistency. RBK has been impeccable when it comes to those eco rounds, but still, as I mentioned, it's about the consistency. He needs to get those frags consistently in every single round. That's the only way .exe can't stand a chance to win today. Everyone needs to be on the same page. Now, as you move on the conversation towards Reckoning Esports, I just hope that loss against Asterisk has really not affected their mindset.
Yeah, that's a big thing, right? We have known Reckoning to be the team that is very momentum-based, and in certain scenarios when you don't really win the series, which you're basically favorites to win in, that might sometimes impact you a lot in terms of your next few series. But we've known them to brush off certain things as well, right? They have been the ones to perform on LAN itself, so we know them to be a big stage team, and they have showcased that potential even against BLT. I think so. Maybe we're going to see Reckoning again close the series out pretty comfortably, until and unless, of course, there's some new shenanigans in the map veto, which we actually saw by .exe, I have to mention, against BLT. They were the one to pick Sunset, and I'm not quite sure if they would want to pick Sunset, because last time it was a 13-4 scoreline for Reckoning.
Look, generally speaking, both these teams are equally matched. It's not like Reckoning Esports is better, or it's not like .exe is not going to be as good as Reckoning Esports. I personally think both these teams are equally matched, because let's not forget, when .exe faced off against Velocity Gaming, yes, it was a 2-0 affair. Both those maps were extremely close. Even Velocity Gaming was sweating for a moment because they were just not able to find those rounds, and .exe was able to keep up with the pace pretty well. It was a 2-0 series, but extremely close maps. While Reckoning Esports losing out to a team like Asterisk, as you mentioned a while ago, losing the series that they're supposed to win might just affect the mentality a bit too much, and they might just start overthinking things.
Yeah, but here's the thing, we've been talking about some of the impact players for both of these teams. We discussed about BGG and Machiavelli as well. Looking at their head-to-head, now there's this one important thing. There's only been one proper series between played by both of these teams where Reckoning have played 3 maps, while .exe have only played 2 maps, and one of them was Lotus, which went really close. So these stats are going to be miles apart. But you look at the number of first kills for both Machiavelli as well as BGG. They're playing so very close to each other, but damage per round is where there's a humongous difference. 95 to 160. That clearly shows you the impact BGG has in almost every round versus what Machiavelli has in every round.
We had a conversation about this yesterday, right? Every single time the imports have been proven like the backbone of these teams. And once again, BGG has been the backbone for Reckoning Esports. Machiavelli, though, even though the man's not really an import, he's still an Indian player, he was still doing extremely well for his team. .exe is one of those teams that is consistently able to perform on the top of the charts. And Machiavelli, the last time when we saw him against Velocity, Machiavelli was able to bring in those impact rounds. And that was one of the main reasons why they stood a chance against a team like Velocity in the first place.
That's indeed true, but now having a look at the map veto itself, maybe this might help .exe stand a chance against Reckoning in this series, starting things off on Icebox, which is a pick of .exe, and they will be starting on the defensive side. Then we'll move on to the map of Haven, which we have known Reckoning in the past to love to call on, but the same could be said for .exe as well. We have known .exe to play pretty solid on that map too, and then things will go onto the map of Ascent. I mean, it again looks like such a tight-knit series, my man, because these teams, you have mentioned it, it's so evenly matched up. But I really want to have a look at the data itself for the specific map of Icebox to see where both of these teams stand, and I'm pretty sure it should be .exe who might actually be a bit more ahead. Never mind, I take that back.
Reckoning Esports is the one to have a better scoreline compared to the players of .exe, but once again, technically, if you think about it, Reckoning Esports has just won once on the map of Icebox, and they've lost twice. While .exe, they've only played it once, and they've actually just lost it. Simple. So, technically, if you speak about it, I still think the odds are pretty much even, Steven.
I mean, I'll have to agree with you on that one, you know, but there's a humongous difference in one specific stat, and that's look at the defense percentage win rate. And there's the thing. .exe will start on defense in this one. Reckoning I've got a 45% win rate on attack, and .exe I've got only a 25% win rate on defense. That's basically somewhere around 3 rounds out of 12.
Look, I would have agreed to these percentage stats, but since they've only played the map once, I highly doubt these stats are going to mean a lot. Generally speaking, since they've just played once, and I do not really feel like just testing a team once on a certain map is enough. So I personally do think for .exe, they've got a big anonymous factor bringing in inside of this entire map. And Reckoning Esports, they're walking in blindfolded. There's a big chance .exe might just pull off something completely unexpected and surprise the players of Reckoning Esports.
But here's the thing, you know, yesterday, or rather in the series where Reckoning were playing against Asterisk, we saw Reckoning pick the map of Icebox. So it's not like they hate to play on this map. They do want to play on this map and want to try new things out. It's just that they were not really prepared for what Asterisk are going to bring on the table. So even now, they're going to play with the exact same composition of the Sage and Killjoy with that double Sentinel. Paradox on that Gecko. We saw him struggle a lot on this map. And I'll have to say he was one of the big link where team was struggling. If I'm not wrong, he was going 1 to 110 or 0 and 10, something like that in the series. So I really want to see this time a big step up from this entire team.
.exe at the end of the day is one of those teams that will definitely give a tough fight. I generally do believe there's a big chance we might just see all 3 maps coming into play. We might just go to Ascend to be the decider. But without wasting any more time, let's just dial in directly to the first map of the series. Reckoning Esports versus .exe as Reckoning Esports kicks things off on the offense.
We have seen .exe to be a bit of a struggle out there on that defense, and it's a standard composition with a Sova, Viper, Killjoy. Machiavelli has been playing on that Gecko, so now that's a bit interesting thing. You're not really going with a KO Sova out here, which we have seen sometimes teams go with. It's again that Gecko with the dizzy flashes. And it gives a decent amount of information as well, but the question is how well would you be able to pair it up with certain amount of utilities, because we know what Reckoning are going to do. They're going to simply go for that A execute, put the Sage Barrier Orb up, go for a quick plant and then play for the post plant, and they've got a ton of utility for the post plant as well. Couple of nanos for KJ, mollies for Viper as well as Gecko in the hands of Paradox. While Tricky, we have known him to be a very solid enabler now. He used to struggle all the way back in Split 1 and Split 2 if we talk about it, right, Necro? We were seeing him not being able to provide those openers, but the way how this player has grown all over the series or all over the season, I think so he is a force to be reckoned with right now.
Yeah, generally speaking though, this matchup or this series might just be more about mechanics than anything else. Whoever's mechanics are on point will be the one to come out on top, that's what I personally think. Reckoning Esports just need to sniff out Tricky. And if Tricky's able to find himself in a good spot, move up, and find those initial picks, That's going to put the players of .exe in a big problem. And speaking of problem, the current problem is DC on the B site. He was able to find one, but it's still a 1-for-1 trade. Reckoning Esports, they're not exactly sure where they want to move on. Tricky wants to sniff out a few opponents himself, but since he does not have any sort of contact yet, he does not know where the foes are positioned.
Yeah.
And once again, as I mentioned, Trinity is going to be a deadly man. Reckoning Esports, the moment they find the kill against Trinity, in my opinion, that's 50% of job done right there.
I like this re-clearance from .exe as well, all the way towards the mid. And now with all that information, they know that it's an A site hit. They've given up the site entirely and will go for the retake. The question is, what are the amount of utilities left on the other side? Do they have anything to try and stop this one out?
Oh no. Tricky being a little bit egoistic. RVK though, he starts to reply back, and Tricky is holding a perfect angle. He was able to find one, but RVK, the man's now starting to pop off on a different level. He's already found the 3 Ps, looking to get the 4th one as well in his hands.
Oh,
and
Deadly.
Deadly 10's going to be against him. Deadly, a mechanical caught himself, and he won't spare RVK this time, as that will be a KO handed to RVK.
Lovely trades out there from Reckoning. They were holding down those angles as well, and that aggressive positioning, I actually like that, because that forced .exe to early use their utilities. Even the Dizzy was used up all the way from screens itself. Otherwise, you would have positioned yourself on the backside and use it for a bit more offensive plays. And they were able to just hold it down on the back of it. That's good trades from Deadly 10 as well. Holding his ground out there, trading Tricky as well.
Stay safe.
Went in with 3. So KJ versus KJ at the end. And on the back of it now, a round in which they've invested in an outlaw. Tricky has got the Vandal. Paradox.
Oh. Needs to back away. DC's so lucky. He does not catch the bullet of the outlaw. Reckoning Esports, slow and steady moves this time around.
Yeah. Only as a classic right now, no utilities to be invested in. So if push comes to shove, he will just be a body and an orb to be picked up.
Simple. And for Reckoning Esports, I'm pretty sure even they're not going to be sweating this. And looking at the composition too, Reckoning Esports is playing one of the most classic compositions out there. This is just such a basic composition, and if played well, even it can give you a lot of value.
Yep.
Since .exe right now does not really have any sort of weaponry, it's going to be a tough fight to convert. And Reckoning Esports, they will just be able to find these free pieces to themselves. Even .exe, they do not really want any sort of massive value. Instead, they're just looking for a few exit picks if possible. Trinity spots out the man in front. Deadly 10 whipping a few himself. But there is a quick trade. So Reckoning Esports, things under control. There is Monair moving in with the Sage. And Monair is able to shut down the first. But Coley gets an instant trade. And .exe, they were just able to get 2 guns away, which is of course not enough.
3 major weaponries being carried forward. One of them was Ghost that was lost. So just as you mentioned, not really enough down. Deadly had a lot of funds in his bank account too, so we'll be reinvesting in another rifle. It's going to be a pretty crucial round for .exe right now. Haven't really seen a lot of icebox from this team, specifically on the attack. But on the defense we have, they do struggle to go in for the retakes. They left down that B side all the way in the hands of RVK right now. There's a lot of aggression.
Yeah, this time Reckoning Esports being quick. And I love this from Reckoning Esports since they realize they're on the bonus. They've got the weaponry for close range combat. And Reckoning Esports abusing that to the maximum potential. Even the Sage pushing up close and personal in the end. Monair's able to find the value too. And now it's down to just RVK. Can he really clutch it out?
Nope. That seems very
It's gonna be
difficult
tough.
right now.
And there we
Not
go,
happening.
BGG. 1 glimmer is more than enough.
Here's the thing, right? I mean, I like the idea from .exe to be double-faced on that 410 as well, while one of the players is going to control the pipes. But as soon as it got spotted out, there was a bit of confusion on their end. Seems like a communication error, because DC kept on standing there while rest of the players wanted to back off. Even Trinity he was controlling the angle of pipes, but that's about it. There's no one to actually cover DC. And there were Good trades on their end, while for Reckoning, lovely approach. And now when I aggress towards the B side, there is a stack of 3 people there. Can't get clumsy.
It's got to blow, though, for the players of .exe, right? Economy shambles once again. But DC this time starting to click some skulls. And even he will be clicked apart. Reckoning Esports, man advantage in hands. .exe down 2 players. Machiavelli behind yellow. There is Coley still towards the container.
Pretty sure.
On top. Will be snuffed out soon. Man's trying to play for contact. And the moment Machiavelli finds it, he will go for the spring as well. But this time, Coley gets shut down. RVK is able to find one. As I mentioned, this man is a demon when he comes to playing with Sheriffs. But RVK has also been quite inconsistent in his past series. He needs to find that consistency marker today. RVK, since he's the only man standing, I'm not exactly sure what he can do in this scenario.
Yeah, he's going to be welcome now. With a Vandal on the other side. Should not anticipate the reposition of BGG. Fact is, BGG is not even anticipating his possession out here.
There we go, from the back. That's going to be the nail in the coffin. Paradox went huge in that round. Once again, those were the eco frags though, right? But opponents did not really have proper weaponries.
Here's the thing. It actually helped you build up on the back of that Thrash. And you also have the Resurrection available now. So you can easily go in for any of the executes. Even those eco frags going in the right ultimate can then snowball into a big effect on the next round. And that's a 4-0 start already.
Yeah, but even RVK can get his hands on the lockdown soon. He just needs 1 point, that's it.
Here's the thing, normally whenever the defenders need 1 point, you will see them play aggressive over towards the A, get that orb. Because...
Oh, solid! There we go. They don't need to play aggressive. But I guess Reckoning Esports, they had it all figured out as well. But Trinity, he instantly gets the refrag. Tricky, unfortunately for the man, he died twice in 1 round. It's not a good look.
It's gonna be a bump on his KDA for sure, though. But that was a, you know, this is the kind of decision which eventually shows you that Monair is not that comfortable on the Sage, because even if you put the barrier or up, there is a small pixel of head that is normally visible.
Oh no, now .exe starting to hit those shots, and what are you supposed to do if you're Reckoning Esports? I told you, it's going to be a battle of mechanics more than anything else. Whoever's mechanics are on point will dominate. And currently it feels like .exe in this particular round, they're definitely starting to hit all their shots. Paradox though, he's got his own shenanigans that he wants to execute. He's going to spot another man. Machiavelli taken down. But Paradox is playing with fire.
What?
He still somehow escapes. How is he even alive? The spike's planted towards B. Paradox, the man's done his shot perfectly. A 2-on-3 to be executed. It's still possible. And BGG will definitely catch someone off guard. Does DC spot him? That's my question. BGG finds 1 important frag. Takes it down to a 2v2. 5 bullets in the magazine. BGG shut down. And now it's down to just Paradox, but he's got his hands on the Thrash. And soon he will try to utilize it. The moment he hears that stick, Thrash will be initiated. And that's what exactly happens. Thrash is not able to find any sort of value, but Paradox now knows exactly what both the players are. But it's not going to matter when Trinity is in play.
That was such a well-constructed round by Paradox. But BGG out there, after throwing the snake bite, it was down to a 2v2 Necro. He should have all the way backed off with Paradox, played on the back of that Thrash. They would have had such a big advantage, but he went in for the repeak in his own molly. And Trinity was able to open that skull, bring it to a 2v1, and that's why .exe were able to win. Paradox, the shenanigan this guy pulled individually, faking a hit towards A, getting 1 frag in a 4v1, and then coming out alive. It should not have happened. It should not have been allowed, but .exe still say a decent recovery from them, and this technical pause is eventually going to help them talk things out as well, because it's not really how we were expecting things to go.
Once again, as I mentioned, it's the battle of mechanics straight up. Be on point, and you will win. And that previous round, .exe were definitely hitting their shots. They got some initial picks that really put them on the pedestal. But now this round specifically, is .exe going to be able to build up a series of rounds? That's the main question. Can they get that back-to-back? Which will be extremely tough, since Revenant Esports now will know exactly what to do.
True. It's a bit difficult, I'll have to say. At the very least. .exe, they seem to have... you know, I'll be very honest. They're not really making any major proactive plays. They're punishing the mistakes of Reckoning. Now that is good only up to a certain point, because Reckoning is also a very solid team, and we know that they will stop making those kinds of mistakes too pretty soon. They can exploit a few things, and one of them is really the Sage of Monet. It's not that comfortable on that agent as well. Haven't certain.
Hopefully, though. Hopefully, Reckoning Esports is going to stop making those mistakes. Because so far in the South Asian region, a lot of the mistakes that we see in the game itself are not fixed on the fly.
Yeah.
One enemy remaining. Landing.
One thing that I've been really liking from Reckoning is that they're playing around the entire map. I've seen some of those A executes from them as well. They're also pretty good in pulling off those fakes, and they do not shy away from taking a lot of space. They're almost everywhere.
One enemy remaining.
Just one round right now being stolen away by .exe. That's a start, definitely. But it's the rifle rounds that are important, which have not been able to win. And even in this one, I'd have to say it was the brilliance of RVK all the way in mid, finding two in there. Reckoning were not able to trade it off perfectly. Otherwise, that round was almost stolen away on the other side.
A bit of a tech pause going on. Not exactly sure what the issue is, but hopefully everything gets sorted out as soon as possible. Seems like Coley's facing some issues. I'm not exactly sure, though. But overall, with the way the game's kicked off so far, once again, Reckoning Esports just losing this one round is really not going to hurt them at all. Reckoning Esports still will be looking pretty good.
Yeah.
It's not like the win's going to be stolen away from their sales. It's still going to be there. And Reckoning Esports' economy, the credits, they were sky high. They've still got a lot more credits, probably to last for 2 more rounds. So Reckoning Esports is good for the future. Over here, .exe, they need to be a little bit more cautious. Since a decent bit of guns were taken away, that means the economy will definitely be humble. And this is what I'm talking about. If .exe loses this round, once again, they're going to be down the drain. Only 2 players have enough to buy.
I agree.
Get out of my way. Lock in sight.
Right now, it's again a simple stack over towards the B side for .exe. 3 people standing there. RPK has brought his setup down towards the A side though, and there's only Tricky trying to pull some kind of fake or shenanigan. No one else.
Right here.
He spotted one.
Yeah, important spot. Paradox's position compromised this time in Reckoning Esports. They've got a bit of that split they're going with. But all the players now starting to retract towards the A site. Slowly and steadily, everyone moving around that same fray. And Reckoning Esports soon, they're probably going to be looking forward to execute the A site completely.
Yeah.
What am I watching? .exe feels like the players are slowly and steadily backing away. There is still RVK positioned.
It's the exact same setup for .exe that was there in round number 4 as well, in which they had eco.
Oh. RVK, the man's playing for the post plant since he's got his hands on the lockdown too. But for how long can that lockdown be viable? That's the main question. The players of Reckoning Esports have already got the plant down, instantly backing away as well in the back lines. This operator from Monero is able to find a lot of value, and especially on the post plant, he should be able to thread through the needle. BGG spots a few skulls himself. He's not able to hit those shots, and that's a major problem. Once again, the players in the front, they need to be a little bit more respectful towards the operator. Trinity is pushed up pretty deep, and DC on that contact finds an important frag, but this flank It's able to find a lot of value. Paradox, you absolute demon. Even Monaire's popping off on a different level. And that's a 4K from Monaire with the operator.
That was such a tricky round for both of these teams. First of all, that lockdown being placed in by RVK. I like the anticipation of Reckoning. They knew that lockdown's gonna hop in there, and they already prepared a mosh pit lineup up by Paradox. But again, it was not correct. It was on the edges, and we know mosh does not deal a proper damage on the edges. And that's why Reckoning had to make a quick decision on the fly, and that is to quickly plant the spike and go play all the way far back for the post plant, which they exactly did. But those early few openers of .exe, those were a big problem, and they also layered it up with a Paradox lurk over towards the end, just to make sure that if they lose the duels, Paradox is there to save the day. And that third layering is what actually helped them win the round. This is a crucial timeout for .exe, because they've not only lost one of their major gun rounds now, they don't have anything to invest in the next round. That means already almost a 6 coming on board, which means half rounds there. One more loss after that, and that's gonna hit them double in their back.
This timeout will be helping out quite a bit to the players of .exe, and 5-1 scoreline is not a good look. .exe needs to get at least 3 more rounds in the upcoming rounds, and if they do not really do so, yeah, it's going to be extremely dicey. Not a big fan of technical pauses myself. It's never a good look, but hopefully this technical pause fades away soon. But .exe side, they've got a lot of ultimates available. They've got a Blade Storm, Hunter's Fury, and even a Viper's Pit, which I'm pretty sure none of these abilities will be used in this round. Maybe the Blade Storm will be utilized by Trinity, but the other two will still be saved.
Thing that you mentioned already. These are ultimates. Monaire has got the AWP as well again, so he'll be keeping that for the attack.
Yeah, but on the attacking side, I'm not really a big fan of AWP, unless you've got the plant down, and then on the post plant, the operator can prove a lot.
Yeah, and
but if you're on the attack, and if you've got your hands on the AWP, and you still need to find your entry inside of the site, I don't think AWP is the good pick.
I know, but here's the thing, this composition that Reckoning are running, it thrives on early plant and quick shift to the post plant. That's exactly what we saw in the previous one as well. During the duration of the lockdown, they went in for the plant and then were able to reposition themselves as well for the post plant. It was only Tricky who was eventually caught in that detainment. And he was also playing down in the jail angle, so that was a very safe spot to be detained at. Made sure that he'll be providing that extra bit of angle that the others need to check. So I really feel, because all Monaire needs to do is just take the spike, quickly put the barrier off, plant, and then run back. So you don't really have a lot of time to use the operator either ways. Again, an aggressive play this time towards A.
I like that. .exe, they just want to stop the players of Reckoning Esports. Go for the take. They do not want to let them have their hands on the side for free this time. Blade Storm shut down. That was a quick trade on the board. 1 for 1, something the players of .exe will be happy about. They do not really have proper weaponries, and .exe at this point, no matter how much damage they do to the players of Reckoning Esports just has a lot of economy. It will not be broken easily. Is he utilized? That's going to be the free entry on towards the side. A few spots as well. Not exactly sure what Tricky was doing flying there, but he gets caught this time. Situation boiled down to a 2v4, and now Paradox, the man, needs to hit his shots. Wingman utilized to make sure that no one's going to be there around the screen's area, but Monaire with the operator, in my opinion, switch it, my friend. You won't be able to find a lot of value on the back of that op. Shock darts used to try and flush out the man from his comfort zone. Machiavelli trying to use his thrash. Paradox taking down. Operator up close and personal. He's starting to use it like a shotgun. Another man spotted in the front. Monaire needs to hit every single piece of his shot, but this time he will be denied.
And that's one way to hit a no-scope out there, but a good round from .exe, again holding down the backside. First pick by Kohli onto Tricky, anticipating that he needs to get Tricky as he's up in the air to make sure the bullets do not hit properly. He wanted to place himself up on that Jenny and be ready for the post plant, but they did not clear the backside in time for him to do that. And then Machiavelli as well, holding down the angle on the right side. It was a bit of an individual play from Tricky out there. What a nasty, nasty shot from Monet. Trying to get the round up for the last stand for his team.
In my opinion, he should have switched.
Yeah, he should have.
Placing sentry.
And this is why I'm not a big fan of the operator, right? .exe's now realized that they just need to resist the control, that's it. Stop the players of Reckoning Esports from getting the plant down, and that should be their round. And finally, .exe's realized it. It's a little bit late, but better late than never.
There's a bit of a fuss out there.
That's done.
BGG is already in kitchen though.
Oh my god. Big slip up. .exe, do they know that Reckoning Esports, they've already got their grips. Wall goes back up. Someone should be able to find at least the first contact, get the opener. That's going to initiate the duel instantly, and BGG is able to find an important frag. Important piece of the puzzle solved. BGG instantly looking to reposition himself. DC can be caught by BGG soon! There's a big chance, but DC, an important frag. BGG a little bit too late, but he himself gets caught by Trinity. This man has always been such an impact player for this entire team. .exe every single time. Able to find so much value. I'm not a big fan of what Monair's trying to do. He's playing with a lot of fire. What is that confidence from Monair? Paradox all by himself, left in a one-on-4 scenario. He can't do anything. This defuse is being stuck. And Paradox now just needs to hope for the best. At least he can get away a few frags himself. But he won't be able to do so.
Probably wanted to humble down the economy on the other side a bit, but not happening there. Yes, Monair. He saw both the players. He knew what's happening. He still wanted to stand there for one peak, one opener. Good angles being held by .exe, and good job done by Trinity, finding the perfect timing onto BGG. Because he was playing a ratty position. No operator this time around though, but 3 major ultimates on the other side, and Paradox 1 away.
Oh, what a shot! Trinity expected this time. Deadly 10, a shot to the dome. Puts the man to sleep. Goalie as well follows up. But there's the resurrection that comes into play. Back and forth trades happen on the site. As we're down to a 4-on-3. Wingman going for the plant. That should be an easy plant through for Reckoning Esports. Man advantage still in the hands of Reckoning, and they are going to look to back up on that. RVK needs to hit his shots once again. Making his way towards the site slowly and steadily. Moving up, does not know exactly where the foe is in position. BGG's position, it's so unexpected. The man's on the off angle. No one's going to be able to spot him, but maybe RVK will! Great crossing placement. Snaps onto his skull, shuts him down. DC as well, peeks out at the right time. Paradox suppressed at least for a while, but Monair, this man starting to do a lot of damage. And a tandem peek to end the day.
Look at the HPs on the other side. That's 5 and 15. A combined of 20. But as long as it's not a headshot, as long as it's even one piece of health remaining, they will still stand. What a round for Reckoning yet again in that post plant, and Monair being the main guy. Fun fact, Necro is going for another off this time.
I just can't believe Monair, he's actually picking an operator on the attack. I do understand this entire composition is about going for the side take as soon as possible and play for the post plant, but still, it is a big gamble that you're taking. Hunter's Fury used. This might just be able to find the value they're supposed to, and yes, it does. Reckoning Esports losing out on key players. Stricken Paradox not in the game anymore. Remaining 3, Deadly 10, Monair and BGG. Every single responsibility now falls on their shoulder. Not exactly sure what BGG was doing there. But he walks in with a shank in his hand and gets eliminated in the end. Final 2 men standing for Reckoning. And with these 2 players now, Reckoning needs to go for the plan as well, and I highly doubt it's going to be a big problem. Deadly 10. No, he gives it away. Plant's going to be initiated, and that's going to be a great plan too. Deadly 10 instantly backs away.
He's got the lockdown.
And he's also got his hands on the lockdown, so that's going to be the icing on top of the cake the players were looking for. But now .exe, they've got no other option than to push up and try and get rid of that lockdown.
Yeah, they're not going to do that. Wanted to go in for a tap, and look at this reposition.
I can't believe.
What?
I just can't believe it. How is he playing so aggressive with the operator? He's making it look like a shotgun. There's just no way. Monair, this man's an absolute demon trinity. He took so much damage from those swamp grenades.
This
He's taken down with just 18 HP. One shot to the man's body and he's done. Reckoning Esports, what a conversion that was. But all thanks to Monair, that operator from the man.
is only as good.
Oh boy. He's making it look so easy to hit those shots.
The idea and the timing that he picked up to use the rope and then land on 14 so that he's in an unexpected position for Machiavelli. Picks off the first one and then repositions on the wall to get the second. Absolutely Chad behavior from this guy. And yes, he set things up for that round. Unfortunate for Trinity. He thought he landed the shot on the Nano Swarm, but
Placing sentry.
it's not the case
Oh.
right now.
Placing
Storm
Run away.
approaching.
bomb grenade out.
RVK, you better back away. And that's what he does. Kohli's got his hands on a lot of util himself. He's got the recon dart, 2 shock darts. So everything can still be flipped apart.
The question mark that was created in Cube has been answered though. RVK has pushed it himself. There we go.
Reckoning Esports. An explosive entry already towards the site, but Kohli, he denies one of the players. What are these snaps? Kohli, stop it. Heroic plays after heroic plays, but BGG this time spots out Kohli, and he stops him instantly.
Oh!
RVK, he still replies back. A pixel's more than enough. What am I watching? The battle of heroics, the battle of mechanics, the battle
Deadly.
of reaction times, and Deadly Ted, he wanted to be sneaky this time. Does not work out. PGG and Import once again left all by himself to clutch it out for the boys. There is a wall in the front, the defuse is being stuck, and DC played it perfectly.
Toxin screen down.
Kohli made that round up for
Last round
.exe
before the switch.
with his last stand on the A side. 2 of the snappiest headshots that I have seen. And boy, they were important. Look at the first one. First, he gets the dizzy, then gets second, and right as the wall goes up, lands in another nasty one.
Yeah, the man's been practicing too much on aim labs. Those flicks straight up. Yeah, those are some aim lock flicks right there.
Crazy, man. Crazy. But on the back of it, at least, .exe are in the fighting space, right? Even at a 7-5, this would be a good half. And there is not a proper buy for Reckoning Esports. Couple of stingers and a sheriff, along with 2 rifles. Big ultimates to play around with, though. They can open up the site on the back of Thrash and then use the Viper Spit to lock it down perfectly. But the same could be said for .exe. They have their 2 same ultimates on the other end.
Seven to 4 being the scoreline. Reckoning Esports wants to make it 8-4. Get the advantage instantly. .exe though, this Viper Spit's gonna be initiated. Might just be the perfect time too. The man wants to put the B-side on the lockdown. They do not really want to let anyone breach in. Thrash used all the way from there. It should be able to find the Viper, and it does. No, it does not, unfortunately. The man is so lucky to be alive. Not detained yet, and then Tricky gets snuffed out. Important fraction place of .exe. The Viper as well, initiating the Viper's Pit. A game-winning ability. One air, the nades are doing a lot of damage. The swamp nades, they barely just keep the man alive. Even the counter Thrash coming into play. And luckily enough, Paradox. The man's still standing. Such a scrambly round, such a rusty round this is. Scrappy moments back and forth, but luckily enough for .exe, they've got all the 5 players standing. And look at Monair. This man, his squad is sneaky guy, but he gets taken down in the end by Trinity. And .exe, now it's a wave of frags. And it will be a 7-5 half.
Beautiful round, specifically from DC. Sending out the Viper Spit early, realizing where the plant was going to be. That denied so much space to Reckoning. And then the follow-up on the back of it. All of their perfect utilities. Eventually the Thrash ended up being an expensive recon for both of these teams. But after a 4-0 start, Necro, or rather a 5-1 start, that's a very good pullback from .exe, and it seems like their map pick of Icebox, yeah, they might take it away because they have some rounds to play around on the attacking side, unlike the last time when it was a 9-3 swap.
Let's see though. Who knows? Reckoning Esports might just be flawless on defense.
I mean, according to their previous series against Asterisk, it wasn't really the case.
Yeah, you see, I'm not exactly sure what happened in that matchup to Reckoning Esports. It's still a mystery.
Right here.
Probably one of the mysteries that the world needs to figure out. So I'm not really going to speak about that matchup, but hey, you learn from your mistakes, and Reckoning Esports, they definitely did make quite a bit of those mistakes on that previous map of Icebox. So I guess they have got a lot to learn, and hopefully they have patched up those holes as well.
Towards the B side this time by .exe. RBK made sure that there is no one pushing out of A, but there are 3 people to answer this hit on B side by Reckoning. I like this pause though, it might create some question mark, but it's still not pulling away any defenders away from B.
Yeah. Reckoning Esports. Bit of that confusion still.
30
And
seconds
here comes the
left.
plant.
Spike planted.
Trinity is able to find the first on BGG. Deadly 10 pushed back a little bit more from mid. Monair making his way from up top. Gets spotted. Quite unfortunate. Luckily enough for the players of .exe, they've got the man number intact. And just look at the amount of players that are walking in towards Snowman. Reckoning Esports. Rotation's being cut in half.
He's got the
Not a
ball.
lot they can do. They're also being split out now. Yeah, the wall was utilized, but it's not able to create that big of a distraction or a big of a split. And now Deadly 10, he's got too many angles to worry about. Back in the front at the same time, and Deadly 10 won't be able to do anything.
The positioning from Kohli was the key for this round. He made sure to stay alive after getting the contact over towards the orange, because he knew his team is taking control of the snowman, so it's a proper crossfire. They were able to easily walk all the way up and then plant in on that open. That was phenomenal performance
Here.
from .exe. A lovely start on the back of it now. They needed the pistol to equalize the scoreline. They've got the pistol round, and they've got the weaponries as well. An Outlaw, Bulldog, and a Guardian to mix things up. It's a push. Reckoning want to take aggressive A control though. They've inserted Tricky, and then they've left all the way back. Can be a bit of a thorn though, but he's not able to cross the 3-kill mark.
Oh, Deadly 10 though, he might just be able to snip past. But he's being expected. He is being expected. What are these shots? RBK just casually tapping on Skull, and even Deadly 10 falls apart.
He hit
Final 3
another
standing for
headshot.
Reckoning Esports.
Yeah.
There we go. Finally, Reckoning Esports are able to open up the fray. Situation now taken down to a 3-on-4. Still is doable, but this Outlaw might just prove to be extremely deadly. DC catching a bit of that fadeaway damage.
Spike planted.
Monair slowly and steadily making his way. Kohli, what just happened? He did not spot the man, but it's fine. DC still got his back. Oh my god. 2-on-4 to be executed. Reckoning Esports. Weaponry disadvantage. At this point, we know what's going to be the course of action.
Yeah. They also know where the players are coming from. Kohli just cleared the backs.
Last player standing.
Should be a simple one. It's all down to BGG though. He just wants to make sure that he's not giving any kind of off point away, but he will still be chased down. He will be hunted down.
You can hear a lot of footsteps approaching him. Okay, that's what he wanted to do.
Yeah. I just wanted to see how he's going to survive that. Again, the explosion in radius is just enough for him to be away from those crosses from the snowman and then fall into the black hole. 7-7 now. Rifle being invested in by RBK with the full shields. He might not have enough for the next full buy if they lose this round. So it is a bit of a risky business out here. But same can be said for entire team of Reckoning. They need this round.
Placing swarm grenade.
Reckoning Esports this time. Since they know the scoreline's evened out, Reckoning Esports is going to be desperate. They've got better weaponries too. This bonus round conversion can be stopped, but Reckoning Esports just needs to make sure it's going to be flawless round, which might just be too much to ask for. There we go, first contact found, and BGG, it's not just a contact, it's a snap. As he snaps the player in half, but .exe, they reply back with the two of their own. Trade still back and forth. Situation down to a 3v3 in the end. Trinity's taken down extremely low. The wingman's going for the plant. Should be
Open.
free plant on the site. And
It's an
Reckoning
open plant.
Esports.
Here's the
Now
thing.
let's see how they can play this.
Yeah, there's one possibility now for .exe to move all the way from it, but I don't think so that's happening.
Last player
There
standing.
we go. Reckoning Esports smoothly sail it across, and that's going to be the icing on top of the cake. What a round from Reckoning Esports. Extremely good when it comes to the weaponry. Extremely good when it comes to buy rounds.
That was a very good opening from BGG. We saw DC trying to do the same thing throughout his attacking half. Play a bit aggressive near the barrier, find the first one, and then retreat back. He was not able to find the opener. But BGG on the other side, the Viper counterpart, found the opener, and then on the back of it, Steam was able to flood in as well. I really wanted to see a layering by .exe after that open plant, someone to go for a late flank or rather a late lurk in mid. But it's fine, they didn't really have a time for that.
Here. That was out.
Oh, what? You've got to be kidding me. RVK! RVK's taps are always deadly. The man's not really good with automatic weapons, but semi-automatics? He's insane.
You might want to
Every
just play in
single
with the,
time.
yeah, you might want to just play in with the Guardian this time around with the shots that he hit there.
Dude, he's
Cody-
really good with Sheriff, Guardian, like whatever weapon which is semi-automatic. RVK is an absolute demon. But Trinity, though, he's really good no matter what sort of weapon and what sort of position you put the man in. He's always going to find the value. And this time the last man of Reckoning Esports will be found too. That's it. Reckoning, they instantly drop the ball in the next one.
That's a nice round for .exe though. That mid push out was not really anticipated by them, but still that poison cloud going up.
That was out.
There was a bit of a DK being hit there as well, so
One enemy.
both of those shots working out perfectly. Either ways, that was headshot, so should not have been a problem. And on the back of those openers, they were able to take the B side quickly. Understanding that 3 players were in mid, maximum there's going to be 2 on B side. That's not what Reckoning will do. Holy smokes!
Well, definitely the player did get smoked. 4 players to kick things off with. And Reckoning Esports, once again, starting things off with a disadvantage. It's a disadvantage when it comes to weaponry, but Deadly 10, man, that was a disgusting shot. That's a way to open up the fray. 3 on 4, still doable. It's not that big of a disadvantage. It can still be pulled back, but the Marshal needs to find some juicy headshots. Even
Yeah.
the Bulldog needs to find the value.
Here.
On the back of these 2 weaponaries, they can definitely make it happen. But it's going to be tough to find those shots since the players of .exe are not really going for any sort of unwanted peaks.
Look at mid.
Monair. There we go. Opens up the fray with a frag onto Coley. Swamp grenade initiated too. DC. He springs back to life.
One enemy
Monair's
remaining.
still all the way in the back, and Monair's position is compromised. He whips a few shots. Monair a little bit iffy there. And Reckoning Esports now starting to lose out back-to-back rounds. Reckoning Esports, they need to get the momentum back.
Good opener yet again. Able to find those few shots of the early few picks. The backward move forward. But I like the anticipation by Munir this time. Realized that Kohli went in for the late lurk in the previous round. Might want to do the same thing this time around. That is exactly what was happening. But in one of the previous rounds, it was tricky near the yellow to find that double. This time it was DC to answer back. I'm pretty sure the poll that audience shared is not being met with proper respect, seeing the scoreline.
You never know, though. We might just be too early.
Here.
Oh no, Machiavelli, .exe, how are they winning every single duel on the attack? What's up with this? What's going on with Reckoning Esports? Oh, but luckily enough, they've set up Paradox for perfection, and Paradox pops out. But he's only able to get one. Paradox should have at least gotten two, but Tricky gets the job done. But the man's detained. He won't be surviving for too long. That's it from Tricky. And now BGG left to clutch it out. If .exe wins this, it's going to be double digits on the board. BGG is checking up all the way towards the spawn itself, and he spots out RBK. RBK this time gets taken out. As I mentioned, the man's insanely good when it comes to semi-automatic weapons. But when it comes to automatic weapons, RBK always fumbles up.
BGG might have a timing though. He knows where the players are coming.
30 seconds
It's a wingman
left.
for Maka to send the plant down.
Stop the wingman. Don't let it plant.
Spike planted.
Oh my god.
He's
I
got the
just can't
surprise
believe it.
factor.
Yeah, but no, he's going to be expected from Machiavelli. There we go. Surprise factor down the drain. He should have just stopped the wingman. It would have made things even worse for the players of .exe. BGG. Questionable decisions. Should have popped that wingman when he had the chance. How can the surprise factor be there when RVK literally spotted him towards the spawn? The surprise factor was already gone, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, I probably think he was thinking he's got a timing onto the players, thinking that he might not really be going in from the spawn or maybe coming in for a backstab, but yeah, I agree. I think so. Breaking that windman would have been a good way to move things up, but a nice shot by Tricky though before being detained. Even though he was traded off after that, but a good round nonetheless for .exe.
The moment he would have broken that wingman, it would have created a bit of that panic in the players. Since now they would have another objective they needed to take care of. And that's where he could have easily isolated the duels too, but instead, he wanted to go for a solo play instead of the safe one, and Munir! Sometimes safe plays don't work out. Munir, the man just pushed up close and personal, popped him in the skull. .exe though, still with the advantage, Reckoning Esports every single time, losing out on the man number, which is never a good thing.
Oh!
Yeah, he does have the flank, but I highly doubt he's going to be able to squeeze in any sort of value. Let's see. There we go, the first one down. Second one popped as well. Oh, the man's now just snapping on skulls. The third one as well, softened up extremely low. Deadly 10. He does not have any weaponry he can retrieve.
Oh.
But maybe he can chip a bit more of that damage away. And what a snap that was. This can be clutched out. Reckoning Esports, they might just still be in the race. Oh my god, last man.
Imagine if I
Machiavelli,
died right
can he
now.
do it for the team? And no is going to be the answer. Deadly 10, he saves the day, and what a flank that was. BGG taps on the skulls with the Marshall. Disgusting stuff.
I genuinely was hoping for him to maybe have a bit of a trigger discipline there, but he was like, I don't need trigger discipline, but I can just crack skulls open like that. The first great, but the
Oh my
second
God.
snap, insane, and then Deadly 10
Imagine if I died.
hits a flying bird there.
They were just destined, straight up. I don't understand why the man
Phenomenal.
updrafted. There was no reason for him to updraft.
I have no clue as well. Mishap after mishap, and .exe, a round which was basically served them to a silver platter, stolen away.
Yep. It's the game of throws. BGG. Back and forth this time around. Kohli instantly replies back, which is a good thing. Things taken down to a 4v4. Deadly 10 letting that plant come through once again. Deadly 10 just needs the reassurance, and that's going to be free pick. Good pick from Deadly 10. Important frag achieved. .exe though, look at the man towards mid. He can definitely bring in the important factor. But the anonymous factor now taken away. Monair is peeking from the top. And no, Monair, that's the wrong timing right there. RVK could have actually done a bit more better. Coley as well pops that Hunter's Fury. Taking away the entirety of the wind of the sails. And Trinity with a 3K towards the site. Disgusting stuff. Trinity in the end does get shut down, but Monair, all the burden on the man's shoulder. He needs to stop the day. He needs to save it. But he won't be able to do so.
Absolutely not happening. Another great round for .exe. As soon as they go into the post plan, Necro, it seems like there's just no way for Reckoning to go for these retakes. Even though there's been a very straightforward win condition that forward, put up the barrier orb and then take that space. But that space on site is being denied by .exe. They're just playing so far ahead, aggressive. Every single time they've inserted at least one other player there. Not sure how Reckoning can actually patch things up a bit, but I have to say, BGG has been hitting shots, but he's been playing unconventionally aggressive on this Viper.
And not just that, even Monair, he's been making some harsh decisions. In a few rounds, Monair's literally just pushed up way too deep. He does get his one, but once again, he's supposed to conserve himself, preserve himself till the later rounds. Lands down for .exe, once again an easy site take, but unfortunately for .exe this time they've lost out on a man. Thrash being used, it's not going to do anything. Viper's Pit utilized as well from Revenant Esports. Oh no, it's a little bit confusing.
Very confusing. At this point, the hit should eventually be dropped off, but Monet, he's the one to find the opener.
There we go. BGG starts off. That's going to be kicked to the dome. RVK and DC, the only two players standing. RVK is going to stop that defuse from coming through, but DC, the man's reply back. Still, the game is doable, but no, it gets snatched away by Revenant Esports. They stick through it. So many hard work put on the board, but all of those taken away in that round.
Again, 2 Viper Spit being utilized in that previous round, and none of them covered the spike was absolutely bonkers for me. And it still went down in the same way where there was a Sage Wall and then you send out the wingman behind that for the defuse. There's been so many silly rounds back and forth, but this one takes the cake for me for this series. Probably.
For a moment I got confused. It was so confused. There was just too much going on the screen.
Can't help it, man. You've got 2 Viper Spit and not a single ounce of it covers the spike. But alright. BGG again playing aggressive this time around. And the operator though, he's got no way to run away if he gets caught up.
Toxin screen down.
No, but this operator from BGG though.
Here's the thing. There's a change in his Viper setup this time. This is just to push out any kind of B push. That means A is going to be weak.
Yeah.
And RVK reads onto this. He's sending 3 players towards the A side, but there's also 3 by Reckoning to answer that.
Yeah, you think he's weak, but technically if you think about it, they've got enough to stop any sort of push.
I don't think so.
Tricky. If he's able to find the first, this can be huge. But that Dizzy stops the day, and BGG messes up big time. Big man down towards B in the moment. They find the entry. Instantly, everyone's pulling back towards the B side itself. Blade Storm activated. The man towards mid gets caught. Important pick from Deadly 10. That's going to stop the flow. Paradox. Yeah, this can be perfect. Everything should fall in the right spot. Thrash was used, but that Thrash is not able to do anything. And Trinity, once again, a monstrous play. He does get stopped by the likes of Paradox, but now once again Monair put in a situation to clutch it out. And Reckoning Esports, they've got no other option than to go for it. It will be match point if they don't. Monair, does he know where exactly the man's position? No, it's going to be the answer.
Kohli wins
at
it.
the end of the day.
Kohli
Yeah.
wins it.
Kohli's got the off angle. No one's going to be expecting him to be there. Maybe if he does spot even one, that can give him the glimpse. That can give him the knowledge of where the players might be. And Monair has already checked everything towards main. He's now going to move on towards the spike itself, and he loses the initial duel.
Lovely performance by .exe again. Understanding that Viper setup, slowing things down, and then that first pick onto BGG. It is a hit or a miss. As soon as it was a miss, everyone rushed over towards the B side. The Poison Cloud in mid providing a perfect cover. Deadly wanted to play ahead of that. He knew what was happening. He found the pick onto RVK, but nothing apart from that going in their favor.
Yeah. And at this point, Reckoning Esports, I highly doubt they can do anything in this round. Look at the weaponry, broken buys. What is this from Monair? This is disgusting. But he's expected. .exe knows. Monair's going to try to pull some naughty plays. Why are you doing this, Reckoning Esports? It feels like everyone just wants to make the individual plays from Reckoning Esports now. You guys are not playing normal ranked games. You need proper intel to go for pushes like that. And Reckoning Esports, they still do get the trade. But now the plant's going to be down soon. And to go for the retake just gets even tougher because Deadly 10 does not have enough force to stop this plant from coming through. And look at them. Oh, I love this from
Snowman
.exe.
push.
I love
Snowman
it.
push.
So much control. Deadly 10, he hears every single footstep. He's conveyed the call too. But what can you do when you've got so many players standing in the front, and that's going to be Trinity doming it down. 3 on 4 to be executed. Man advantage in the hands of .exe. This disease is going to be perfect. And on that contact, the player's going to go for the peak as well, and that's what exactly happens. You blink it and you miss it. A mop of .exe to wipe out the players of Reckoning. And Reckoning Esports, team play in certain rounds was completely missing. It felt like now, especially when they thought that it was the map point, everyone just wanted to make the individual plays.
It just seemed that their discipline, it just was everywhere. They never were able to anticipate what .exe were actually bringing on the table, and I love that. They kept on that surprise throughout the half. They were always playing around the entirety of that map. You know, you can expect them to be on one part of the map, but they were on the other part as well. And RVK, with his mid-round positionings, his mid-round calls, was able to bring in so much information for the team on that attack. I'll have to say, you know, the only reason why last time this team lost the map of Icebox was because of the fact that they lost too many rounds on defense. A 9-3 swap, that was not the way to go. But this time around, having those additional rounds to play with and also getting the pistol on top of it, that basically paved their way on the attacking side.
Generally speaking, Reckoning Esports, in my opinion, they need to work on their team play. Simple. The way they were playing, it felt like everyone just wants to make a heroic play, and no, that's not going to be the way to do. That's what you usually see players do in ranked games. And Reckoning Esports, in my opinion, you need to play as a team. You need to go for proper trades. Especially that play from Monair in the end, in my opinion, that was not necessary. Because Monair, I do understand he wanted to make a heroic play. He wanted to be like, go big, go home. But it's not something that's going to work out. The chances of you actually winning any sword, you just throw it away.
It just seemed like there's been quite a few times, right, when we have seen certain stuff like that happen so many times by Reckoning Esports. Seems like there's a bit of an issue in terms of trusting the rest of the players too. But to be honest, we could also say the same thing for Tricky this time around, having an off map, probably not being able to pop off as much as we expected him to. Lacking behind in those big numbers, but it was the exact opposite for Trinity on the other end, to be honest. That man was popping off like none other. There were moments when Monair actually became the hero of the team, but there were only a few moments like that. .exe overall, even in their defense and then their offense, Able to have so many tricks up their sleeve, answer so many of those plays on the other side, and anticipated the tendencies of what Reckoning is trying to do. Whenever they were going in for the push, there was a good amount of patience for .exe to hold out for that and then take in the fights. I love the controlled aggression from them.
That's the thing, right? Reckoning Esports on the attack, they were extremely good. They were getting back-to-back rounds, but the moment they switched on towards defense, we saw it quite shaky. They were only able to get 3 rounds on defense, by the way, Scaredy. They were only able to get 3 rounds. And that speaks volumes. While .exe, they completely pulled off a comeback on their attack. That is definitely a flip and a half, completely just flipping the entire script apart. We thought Reckoning Esports should be able to dominate through, especially after witnessing their attacking half. But then that second half, they were only able to squeeze in 3 rounds, and that really makes you question Reckoning Esports, what needs to be changed? Because one thing is for sure, we're not really seeing those proper set plays. We're not really seeing those combo plays either. It feels like everyone is on a mission of their own. And because of that, Reckoning Esports, there's a major disconnect that's coming into picture. And especially on defense, you need a lot of that coordination.
Yeah, that was lacking there a lot. But my man, Trinity, just utilized that fact to his own advantage. 26 kills overall in this entire map with a damage per round of 208. That's a very solid damage per round for Duelist out there. First 4 kills, 312 ACS, as we already mentioned. You know what? I'm fumbling here a bit, but I wanted to point out one thing. The expression of his agent Jet, while his expression in this picture, they're oddly similar.
I'm telling you, look, at this point, if you want to win a game against .exe, just get rid of Trinity. This man is just so good. He gifts his team too many free rounds. Every single time, Trinity is so consistent. And if you see him alive in the mid-round, you pretty much know this man is going to be getting multi-kills. And he always does too. Trinity was able to get away with murder so many times. He was able to get away with multi-frags. And once again, this is a problem from the side of Reckoning Esports too. It's because the players did not really have each other's back that well.
I agree. And there's a big thing about how .exe wanted to play this entire map as well, right? We can clearly see it in terms of the post plans itself. Reckoning got the side 12 times, but .exe had a single plan in mind that let them take the side, we will retake that. And they themselves got the side 11 times, out of which they were able to convert 8 of those rounds. They did not play 1 round on the attacking side because they had 13 before that. So that clearly showcases how control aggression.exe were having. And again, there's only PGG and Monair who had the ACS of over 200 for this one, for the side of Reckoning, where everyone else apart from them struggling to rack up their numbers. And Tricky, my oh my, 9, 22 and 5.
I know, right? I mean, yeah, he was someone that was not able to do a lot in that map. It's one of those off maps, but in my opinion, you need to find consistency. You need to find a sweet spot.
My guy, we played 23 rounds. He failed in 22 of them. That is a big sign of trouble for them, because this is just one map now, and the next map is going to be of Haven, if I'm not wrong. And you know that even .exe like to call on that map.
Especially at this point, it feels like Reckoning Esports, it's time to make switches. I do understand it's a bit too last moment. But if things are not really working out that well, in my opinion, go for the switches. But in my opinion, for Reckoning Esports, they just need to fix that communication problem that's been going on. It feels, as I mentioned a while ago too, and I've been saying this like a broken record over and over again, the players of Reckoning Esports, everyone just wants to make individual plays, and that's not going to work out. Not everyone can be a hero. That's the whole thing about it. You need to play for the trades. You need to play with each other. It's a team game at the end of the day. You cannot just hope to get 1v3s, 1v4s, 1v5s every single round. No, that's not the way it goes. Sometimes you just get your one and instantly die. But you know what? Let's move on towards something fun. And we've got a nice quiz question on the screen. Which Valorant agent is known to manipulate gravity in their abilities? Oh, we already know it, right?
I mean, if anyone knows
so
about
easy.
the abilities of all of these agents,
so easy.
You should be able to answer that. It's either Astra, Harbor, Viper, or Jet. You know what? I really want to tell the answer in this one, but I can't really. But people, you definitely can. Quickly scan the QR code. You're going to get a form. Fill that form out, and all you need to do is just make sure you answer the correct questions, or rather you put in the correct answers for the entire week, and you can stand a chance to win 5,000 VP directly in your Valorant account.
Wow, that sounds like a great deal to me, so I'm going to do it myself. I'm just kidding. We're not allowed to do it. But you know what?
Exactly.
Back towards the conversation that we're having, right? Since we know the upcoming map is going to be the map of Haven, it's quite a classic map. Maybe Reckoning Esports can once again have a chance to pull themselves back out of the dirt. As I mentioned, there's a big chance we might just go all 3 maps. We might just move on towards Ascent.
I mean, there is a possibility there, though, but for that, you really have to pull that map of Haven back in your own arsenal as well. But you know what? We'll have to see how exactly, and stop Trinity. We can let them have that, time to make up all those plans out here. We are going to go on a short break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back after this one. Don't go anywhere.
Here we go! What's this?
Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. I ain't taking no loss. Look, come on, always win. And I'ma do it again. Watch me win. Then watch me do it again. I'ma always win.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
Fill up in the air. I be hitting minimal when I'm on the air. Y'all boys so pitiful, wanna be my pet. Oh well, good boy, cause you won't understand. Renegade, let's go. Got more blood when I kick home. I don't wanna paddle with an old 3 kid. Boom, boom, up 400 dash roll. Cut through 100 deep and move. Get lifted, body need to be cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body go into the OMEN. Scared of my life. Green pack flavor. Take all the vice. Right side center. Pesky side. I need to spin. Flying with a face, spin roulette on this like we gon' see where to take off. I am the chosen one, that's how I feel, I ain't tripping on rewind. The blessing I got from the angels around me are really some A1. I am the chosen one, that's how I feel, I ain't tripping on rewind. The blessing I got from the angels around me are really some A1. Renegade, 为心将我包围。Renegade， 弄我自我击坠。Renegade, go on the more. Renegade, let's go. Add more blood when I kick home. I don't wanna paddle with an old 3 kid. Boom, boom, up 400 dash roll. Cut through 100 deep and move. Get lifted, body need to be cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body go into the OMEN. Oh, that one. Renegade, let's go. Add more blood when I kick home. I don't wanna paddle with an old 3 kid. Boom, boom, up 400 dash roll. Cut through 100 deep and move. Get lifted, body need to be cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body go into the OMEN. Oh, that one.
After that solid back and forth series, ladies and gentlemen, we are back again for the second map of this one in OMEN VALORANT Challengers South Asia 2025 Split 3. I'm gonna be scared yet, and this time we're changing the big boy out here for a lovely lady. Shadow, how are you doing?
You just called me lovely. I'm surprised as well as shocked. I'm very sure something is going according to your prediction, Mr. Scared Yet. Is it really happening?
I
Is it
haven't
why
predicted. I haven't predicted. I was happy
It's a
before
good time
that
to
question.
give your prediction now.
It's a good time for you to tell us about what's going to happen in the map of Haven, because I really don't want to be the one to, spoil the fun of all the people out there. But because the previous one was so back and forth, 13 to 10, and .exe seemed so much more in control, Shadow, to take that first map of Icebox. But now this map pick is of Reckoning. So we've seen the history. Both of them like to play on this map.
Well, they certainly like to play on this map, but let's be honest, Reckoning is one of this team which has performed really well in the Split 2. They attended the LAN finals as well. They defeated the players of Velocity Gaming, so they are running high on the confidence. And looking at the history which Reckoning is having on the map of Haven, in the entire Split 2, they lost only one time, and that was also against the players of Velocity Gaming. So there is a very high chance that Reckoning can actually get a map win on their own map pick.
Yeah, but here are a few tweaks there, Shadow, because, last time when they played, we saw them pick up the Teho in that entire composition. And I don't really feel that this time the Teho is going to be the best pick out here. We've got the map video in front of us as well. 13 to 10 for .exe, while Haven is going to be the next map, and that is a pick of Reckoning. We have seen these two teams go duke it out on this map itself last time. And that went in for the side of Reckoning. So it probably is an opportunity for .exe to maybe steal this one map away and also close out this series in a 2-0 fashion. But that would be very anticlimactic, don't you think?
I don't know if that can really happen, because Exe Esports yesterday was the lucky one to take their revenge against the players of Revenant XSpark. Can .exe replicate the same thing? Can they have their revenge against the players of Revenant Esports? Are they prepared enough? So many questions to be answered, but one thing is for sure, there is certainly a definite good improvement in the game style of .exe Esports.
Yeah, and I think so one of the main reason is now they're not really tweaking the roles of players here and there a lot. They've rather asked some of the players to stick on some specific roles. Now, the composition that we are seeing for .exe had a Yoru which was being played by Machiavelli, but that is not going to be the case this time around now. Probably, as I'm saying, probably, because Tricky is the main man, or Trinity rather, is the main man for them to pull that one up. But on the other side, I don't think so we're going to see a Teho as well, because previously he used to be pretty solid with those guided salvos as well, but that big nerf has actually hit him quite a lot. So I don't know if teams are actually going to continue that or not.
Let's see if they're actually going to continue that. And yes, Reckoning Esports once again, Tricky going with that Neon pick. The double controller composition from the side of Reckoning Esports, that Viper Omen setup always tends to favor the players of Reckoning Esports. But on the other side, .exe are going for an ISO pick. Trinity has been fantastic as a duelist, and we have seen what sort of plays this guy can make, especially in the last match against the players of Velocity Gaming. Trinity was the one to do majority of the heavy lifting. Along with that, Yoru also coming into the mix. Double controller versus double duelist. Which agent composition, according to you, can win in the, on this map? Scared.
Last time, both of these teams duked out in the exact same manner. The only difference was that there was a Teho instead of a Soba. So I'm not quite sure, Shadow. It's going to be a bit more confusing out here to see. But one thing is for sure, the .exe last time struggled on their defense. This time they're starting on their defense. All they need to do is get at least 5 rounds on the board, and maybe we can see them pull this through. And it seems like they actually want to aggress and push out mid.
Well, they certainly want to, seems like. But just look at where the spike is. It's moving all the way towards C. So it's just a distraction. Few question marks are being created by the players of Reckoning Esports in the mind of .exe, and Daisy finds a perfect timing onto Deadly 10. In the meanwhile, the remaining 3 players already deep inside C should be an easy plant for Paradox. The spike goes down, but the numbers advantage is still with the players of .exe. And RBK just doubles it up by taking down Monair and Tricky as well. It's done. It's a 2v5 situation now.
And it seems like it's gonna go down. Maybe not though, as Paradox. He's got 3 already. All he needs to do is get an ace, but the double face, impeccable.
Thanks.
.exe specifically
You failed.
the last stand of RVK outside of the garage was impeccable. Him turning around, smacking Munair on that Viper who wanted to pick a timing on the back of it. Phenomenal. And then through window you had one more. Paradox was good for those trades, but it was only those trades that he was able to get, nothing apart from that.
Yeah.
Good round by .exe, good anticipation. They've got some better weaponries also in their bank account now. An Outlaw, Guardian, couple of Spectres, a Bulldog. Not really preparing for the bonus, but rather want to play on this one. And I like this Viper Wall setup, Shadow. It helps you make this one big cross, and .exe understand that. That's why they've already sent down one smoke, but no one is actually watching the exit of the smoke, so they can actually push out and overwhelm the players playing on the site.
But there is actually Kohli deep inside the site. He can actually find one, and he certainly will find a one onto Deadly 10. That's it. Oh, Tricky gets a trade onto Kohli with just a pistol, but Trinity is also there, gets one more. A big heavy blow towards the side of Reckoning Esports, especially on eco round. But look at the weaponry has been recovered. In fact, 2 weaponries have been recovered. But DZ and Makavali is not going to allow any value to those recovered weapons. Easy defuse and easy second round for the players of .exe. But now the bonus is not going to look that comfortable, Skid. That's the main problem.
To be very honest, before the bonus, I was really scared for .exe for this round. Because they almost lost that. Reckoning wanted to overwhelm the players on the side. They were able to get those 1-for-1 trades early on as well, and then recover the weapons to hold for the post plant. I have to say, that was a very important undercut which was sent out by Trinity to halt that push for a few seconds and help out Kohli to get at least one there. Yes, the bonus is not looking comfortable, but it should be fine for the players of... They were able to get that one round. What a shot!
He missed it the first time, got him second time though. The Hunter's Fury also being invested from the side of Reckoning Esports, but no value to it. BGG gets one. Deadly turn answer back by getting 2 of his own on the back of that initiator utility. Monair finally going for the plan, but look at the HP. Deadly 10 BGG down to 20 HP combined.
Winnable.
It's all about the timing. It's all about the timing. If .exe gets a timing onto Paradox, it can go in the favor of .exe. And vice versa is also true. The recon goes in, the shock dart goes in.
Lovely.
RVK gets Deadly 10. It's done. It's going in the favor of .exe. Combined HP of BGG and Paradox is just 15. They have better weaponry, but they don't have the HP. They don't have the util. And just look at the amount of utility which Kohli is having at this point.
I love this. Look at the full re-rotation as well. Let's recover the Phantom 2. This can be a big bonus conversion.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh, 3k for RVK.
Green box.
1 enemy remaining.
Reposition out here though. RVK's got the weaponry as well in his own hands. But he's got no idea where BGG is. And this 10 HP guy clutch it out. A smoke onto the spike as well. He's looking at the right direction, but he's just turned around at the worst possible moment. RVK! He's gonna get that pick, but not the round. BGG plays it to utmost perfection. But Reckoning lost every single weaponry in that round.
But I have to appreciate .exe. It was a bonus round. It was only sheriffs in the hand. Especially RVK, the way this guy completely dismantled the entire team of Reckoning Esports. Kudos to him. In the end, he didn't have enough time to go for the defuse. Otherwise, this round would have gone in the favor of .exe Esports. But good thing is, Reckoning, they have the round. And now they have enough crest to go for a buy as well. No major ultimate with the side of Reckoning Esports. And also, they're going for a B execute. The smokes are already there. The TP play from the side of BGG. Paradox going for the plant. Should be an easy one, but retake is going to be a flood retake from .exe.
He's having a picture of every single thing. RVK finds the first one onto Bonaire though, and DC answering back quickly. Tricky is able to stop that, able to hold that. And Trinity is going to be taken down as well though, but Kohli brings it down to a 1v1. And he sees the position, but Tricky is off angle. It's a bit too tricky to deal with.
Finally, an equalizer has been established by the players of Revenant Esports now. And once again, .exe, now they don't have enough crest to go for a full buy. They do have the ultimates, Hunter's Fury with the neural theft towards DC, but only Sheriff and maybe a Marshal also can come into the mix, but seems like Makavali has decided to go with the Sheriff itself. Even the Dimensional Drift is also just 2 points away. Trinity's ultimate is also just 1 point away. So the art progression of .exe is looking pretty fantastic. And we just witnessed how good .exe is with these Sheriff shots.
For the recon. Cover going out. Hi Kohli. Normally you would send out the A lobby recon to try and scan who wants to try to push, but send it down to that tree branch. It's able to get that one tag on the back of it, but mid aggression similar to what happened in the first pistol round itself, and Trinity doubles up on the back of it. RVK, no way. This guy, he can catch not one but rather two of the players. It's all about if we can hear all of that or not. While BGG on the other side, pushing all the way towards the C site as well. Cover going out. That's the opening.
The only one with a rifle in his hands is doing full justice to that recovered weaponry. Upix. Slow walking, running. Kohli has been caught by BGG. Kohli was not even aware that BGG is standing towards the spawn.
Lovely pings. They already know now where BGG actually is. All they need to do is just make sure and find out where Monair is going to be.
Standing.
And the ultimate that you guys were relying on from the shadows, that's not happening right now. And this round is over. Monair is just going to save this one weaponry for the next round. And this is not the best weapon you would want to have for the next run either.
Thrifty.
What a thrifty conversion from .exe.
.exe is known for the thrifty conversion. In fact, Necro was also pointing out this fact that when .exe was playing against the players of Velocity Gaming, every single time this team was actually performing good on the eco rounds. In fact, he was joking that .exe should always go for those eco buys rather than a full buy. And seems like .exe has definitely mastered those Sheriffs and Marshals. But now they have 4 major ultimates online, actually 3 major ultimates online as well. The only win condition which the players of Reckoning are having is the overdrive of if he gets something out of that overdrive, there is a possibility of the round conversion because for the first time they already have the lockdown.
A big tag out there onto Tricky though, but he still survives. Guess what? Not for long. Mentioned about that win con. That's out down in the drains, and RVK is going to be taken down, but Monair is able to not recover anything. It's going to be Trinity with the kill contract, able to shut him out. Big 2 ultimates being used up to find 2 major picks. They should have the information of the rest of the players too.
Yeah.
BGG just smoked himself off. Now that is to offset anyone who wants to try and push into this garage.
Everyone hiding.
All of the plans now being sent down in drains with a neural theft. That is insane though. But Edgerton has got this lockdown shadow, so he can be a big playmaker.
He certainly can be. And he also finds one onto Trinity. Makavali gets a trade onto Paradox. It's a 2v3 situation and make it a 1v3 as BGG, the last man standing, gets one with a classic, but good for only one. And the round goes in the favor of .exe Esports. A 4th one coming on board. And mind you, Skid, .exe is doing all of this in the defense. This is their defensive side. Reckoning on paper should be leading if they really want to win on the map of Haven.
I 100% agree. The attacking win rate of .exe is also pretty solid. And even last time, .exe were able to get 7 rounds on the attacking half. So if they get anything around 5 or 6, they should be good to go.
This goes here.
The only silver lining for what Reckoning did in the previous round is the fact that they baited out 3 major ultimates now. The only thing that .exe really have out is the Dimensional Drift. But they want to play aggressive shot.
They certainly want to, and Trinity 1-for-1 trade. But look at how aggressive Kohli is going towards the A main. The entire team of Reckoning is just waiting for him, and despite that he gets one. He just saw the few pixels of Paradox. Just few pixels.
Player standing.
Oh! And all the skulls that he's seeing, he's just blowing them apart. Pushes out of A lobby, gets the support of a couple of players and just wraps the round up. Sends Reckoning back home. The last stand absolutely impeccable. Who said he was far away from Hunter's Fury? He's just 2 points away back. And the lockdown of Deadly 10 is not really looking that threatening at all.
If this is how .exe is going to play, there is a solid chance of a 2-0 happening today. This is such an important map for the players of Reckoning Esports now. Once again, Reckoning going for that A shot control, but this time 2 plus, not just 1, but 2 plus are actually watching the A shot. One of them being Makavali with his Outlaw. Such a deadly weapon when 4 of your players are on the half shield. The Outrun goes in, the location has already been revealed, but Kohli, this guy ain't stopping for anyone. Gets a timing onto Deadly 10. The numbers advantage already there to the side of .exe. The shock dart goes in, and on the back of it, Tricky trying to do something, but nothing has been allowed. Reckoning is denied every single thing.
This big ultimate from the shadows now. Over towards the seaside is going to call in for an entire rotation. And RVK should probably hear that maybe. He's just out of the range of hitting everything.
Go, go, go.
Yeah. It's going to be a full push now. The strip fire has been dealt with. They know what's happening. Every single area on the other parts has been cleared properly. Garage control was either ways maintained. They know every single thing. We've seen 4 of the players. Paranoia is being sent out as well, and they are going in for a flood retake. Makaveli, quick for one. Monair will be taking down RVK. So the Razor on the other side as Tricky still holds his ground against Trinity. And Paradox surprises DC this time around. Makaveli gave all the information, but now he's also received one to just run back and save the rifle.
Yeah, that is exactly what he's going to do at this point. But .exe, they anchored the A side so perfectly that Reckoning was forced to pivot towards the C side. But the moment Reckoning got an empty C side, they went for the plant, and after that the Viper's Pit itself and all the trades, the way Reckoning was winning every single aim duel, went everything in the favor of Reckoning Esports. On .exe, they need to be better careful. Maybe a timeout is on the way now.
You called for it. .exe could not really retake on that previous one. Maybe some things that they've got to fix out here now. Bit of a problem out there. Or rather, I must say, a very solid hold from Reckoning on the back of that haphazard Viper's Pit. There were many entry points in it. On the back of the paranoia of RVK, maybe Makaveli wanted to make a play, but it was just not enough. They were able to get all of those trades back. But Reckoning need to do a lot more in this half if they want to keep it competitive in the second one too, because this double dive of Trinity and Makaveli, it's going to be difficult for you to deal with the double smokes.
Yeah. .exe Esports don't want to take any sort of chance. That's the reason the timeout has been called. They want to maintain their lead, and they do realize that if they lose one more round, .exe will not be in the lead. Reckoning will come to an equalizer. And maybe after that, Reckoning can also come into the lead. Because hey, let's be honest, it's the defensive side. They've done their job, but they still need more rounds if they want to have a clear victory. Once again, Makaveli towards the A shot. The Viper's wall is there to provide some space and control to the players of Reckoning Esports. But just look at how Reckoning has changed their pace. This time going for a very slow approach after creating few question marks towards the A side. Now the spike is moving all the way towards mid.
They're just trying to work around the map right now. I want to see if .exe want to make an aggressive play. Check the corner, check the corner. It's been unchecked, and Munir just able to punish down that
Oh?
entire aggressive play. Yeah, they eventually gave the call that he was pretty low, so Kohli, just a simple straightforward shock dart. That's 75 BGG. Spotted out there as well. Kohli with just a ghost in the hands, wanted to play on the off angle. It really worked out
30
well for them.
seconds left.
Now to a 2v4 scenario, and I'm pretty sure .exe would rather want to call it to a save. So lockdown Hunter's Fury available on the other side, and they don't really have best bank out there. Now maybe play cat and mouse for the next 50 seconds to survive.
Or maybe just hide in the cubby.
Still cat and mouse.
It's cat and mouse only if the cat is chasing the mouse. And seems like the cat is not actually chasing the mouse right now.
See,
They're
Deadly
just
is
minding
out
their
there.
own business.
Deadly is out there for Hunt. Sometimes Tom likes to sleep and not chase Jerry while. That though, but that's still Tom,
Tom and
Jerry.
Jerry are friends.
I agree. I've also read that hypothesis though. But I
I
agree.
don't want to listen. I don't want to listen to your hypothesis or anything.
No, that is the hypothesis, that Tom and Jerry are actually friends.
Moving on. Coming back to the game, Reckoning Esports finally have got the 4th round in their backpack. And now the momentum which .exe was having in their favor has been broken by the players of Reckoning. And slowly, maybe can come to an equalizer because they have got the lockdown since ages. And also the Hunter's Fury is also available with Paradox. I really want to see Deadly 10 use that lockdown now.
I've been waiting for that for the past 4 to 5 rounds now.
Exactly. That's why I said since ages.
But it seems like there's a lot happening down there. You've got a stranded BGG out, but Trinity eventually taking down the trade. Still back and forth as Munir through the ball bank. So to get one more DC. Can you run? Can you survive? Answer is yes for that. Trying to get all the way back now. Still down to a 3v2 advantage for Reckoning. There's a big Hunter's Fury now coming on board. Should be a tag. And also a pick. Tricky. It's going to be surviving, but not for long as DC is able to answer back. And it's down to Deadly 10. He's got an individual fight up in front of him, but DC, that is good discipline. Rendezvousing with Kohli now. They want to play together. They want to play on that trade. And they know they've got the spike down on floor.
Yeah, they're just guarding the spike. Or actually trying to.
He did. Deadly did whatever he could. Heading all the way towards the spawn now. As soon as they hear the tap,
I
I'm
got
going
the
to try and
spike.
push forward.
30 seconds left.
And finally, Deadly 10 going for the plant. DC along with Crowley is
Lovely.
going for the shot. And DC with a 3K will seal the deal. A 6th one coming on board for the players of .exe Esports. And Reckoning still trailing behind by 2 rounds.
My ultimate
A
is
6th one.
spike diffused.
Yeah, such a good one, to be honest, Shadow, because DC surviving in mid, and not just surviving, he was able to pick one off and then run back to safety while everyone was chasing him, then also find a timing on the C side when everyone was pushing through the garage tunnel, and through that, there was, again, a tripwire plays there. So, through all of that, Kohli sends out a Hunter's Fury because he knows that's a very narrow pathway that the others can't really cross. Got one from that. DC stood strong, got an important trade onto Tricky on the side, and then played a patience game.
Take flight.
Good discipline from .exe. 6 already on, as you just mentioned too. Halfway through here. And now RBK finds an opener randomly onto BGG out there, who was peeking mid-window. And that's the big smoker player out of the picture.
Cage triggered.
RVK RVK has been known for such plays. Every single time this guy somehow manages to get his team to an advantageous position, and this time Markavelli also backs him up by getting deadly 10. RVK with a 3K. Tricky deals with Trinity, but will that be enough? Because no, RVK once again, a quarter of 4K coming for this guy.
Last
Seems
round
like
in the half.
it's a RVK montage.
Seems like for the past one map as well. Even on the map of Icebox, he was there. He was doing a pretty solid job. And now on this Omen, 14 in 5 out of the 12 rounds, or rather 11 rounds that we've played. He's been having such a good record. And Reckoning are just seemingly making those haphazard plays now, Shadow. There's a side where to want to go, one side pushing all the way together. The only difference is that they are not getting the trades, they're getting answered.
Stealing sight.
Oh, RVK, an off angle. Finally, the lockdown of Deadly 10 has been invested, but Deadly 10 gets also RVK on the back of that paranoia. A great opening frag for the players of Reckoning Esports. And the lockdown itself is going to push the entire team of .exe out to the side, but Markavelli, despite that, finds the timing onto Tricky, and player has been detained.
Spike planted.
But
Not looking good.
fine. It's Kohli, it's absolutely fine. He's only got the operator either ways, and he's back at the safe distance now. It's going to be Hunter's Fury on the other side. Paradox trying to catch one, gets a tag as well. Should be able to finish him off. No, it's the turret that actually does the job. Barrage of Util onto his face, and Kohli he will try and make a play out there.
Last player
Along with
standing.
Markavelli, two people under him, and Deadly 10 finally secures the round with a 4K for his team.
Switching sides.
Push over towards the A side, and that lockdown proving fruitful. It's a 5 and 7 half. Picture perfect one that .exe wanted, just like the Omen laptop. Picture perfect and your best friend if you love Valorant Esports. We've got some amazing discounts as well, with exchange benefits up to 20,000, instant bank discount of 15,000, and a HyperX headset which is worth 11,000, along with some Steam wallet as well worth 2,500 rupees, only at 499. Shadows, those are some offers you would never want to miss out. So quickly scan that QR code, people, or visit your nearest HP Omen store.
I'm already scanning, but I think for now, .exe, they want this pistol round more badly. Because all the hard work which they have done in the first half, this pistol is really important if they really want to maintain that lead. But look at the position where Monair is. Having that entire garage control along with his teammate Monair. As soon as the Viper Ball goes down, RVK gets the timing onto Monair. A great advantage in opening frag is already there. The numbers advantage is there. The only side tanker to the C side is going to be BGG, but Trinity also gets a timing onto Deadly 10 as he was trying to move into the side. Markavelli also gets BGG, the perfect util combination, and those frags. .exe seems like is going to get a flawless pistol round because Paradox is the last man standing. Kohli going for the plan, but seems like Paradox denied the flawless. Still an uphill task, a 1v4. Never an easy job, especially when you have a high-low setup, and random shots through the smoke. Paradox gets Markavelli as well.
Can you find another one? It's going to be the big question. It sends out the recon. It's landed on the side though, but Kohli reads onto his tendencies well. Will send him back onto the next one. Great round by .exe. Now, the Viper Ball which was sent out by Monair in the previous round, yeah, that's actually pretty solid for your team to scale up from mid if you want to push out towards window, but at the same time, it is very good for .exe if they want to scale up towards the garage with no one noticing. And that is exactly what happened. Monair, once he put his wall down, he had 3 players in front of him without realizing that. Recon being sent out towards the A lobby, and Deadly 10 has been inserted on the back of that Viper wall, but it's been spotted out, so Markavelli also in an off angle. As soon as Deadly pops up, it's going to be surprised.
Oh, Deadly 10, Markavelli, and Deadly 10 finally gets the timing. Not just Markavelli, but DC as well. What is happening, Deadly 10? Someone please stop this guy. An eco conversion could be possible because now it's only a Bulldog and Spectre on the other side.
He's got a rifle in his hands and he gets a third one as well. Absolutely not stopping. Take it the fourth. Take the ace. You know where the players are, but it's Munair for the steal. What a thrifty round from Reckoning. And it's all on the back of Deadly 10 and Munair. Munair putting the ball up, Deadly scaling up behind it in two different layerings. And securing the round on the back of these first two frags. Phenomenal.
Maybe that's why Munair denied the ace also to Deadly 10, because hey, it was my Viper wall because of which you got the Quadra. I'm going to get the last one. Whatever. But yes, definitely a good combination of Deadly 10 and Munair. Especially Deadly 10 already on the 15-11. A good round conversion and a much needed round conversion from the side of Reckoning Esports, because now .exe, they are on the eco round. They don't have courage to go for a buy. It's only pistols, but look at the position where Deadly 10 is. If .exe decides to push into the garage, Deadly can do a lot of damage towards them, and Munair got the second and third as well.
Down,
What's happening? It's a Deadly 10 and Munair show every single round now.
Absolutely fantastic 1-2 setup in the garage. Deadly 10 was the main man to stop the Euro flash, or rather the decoy, from coming in, and then Munair with the Spectre up close and personal, able to just run and gun down perfectly. Only snap over towards the end as well though, and I'm pretty sure he's up very close to his lockdown now. That's going to be crucial for this one next round, because it's just 2 away. There's an investment in the operator in the hands of Munair, while Tricky picks up the outlaw, and look at that shot. Randomly walks out, lands in the headshot, moves back like a Sigma.
Oh, once again, Makavali through the smoke gets BGG. Kohli going for the plant. Munair is just
Spike
ready
planted.
with that operator. But look at the trigger discipline of the players of .exe. No one is giving any sort of dry peek or any sort of peek to the players of Reckoning at this point. They do realize it's the operator waiting on the other end. And the perfect crossfire setup is already there. Makavali gets Tricky, who was trying to go for a fast retake. From backlines, Deadly 10 comes in, gets a trade onto RVK, but DC says, no, I'm going to shut you down.
Last player
A
standing.
2v3 and make it a 1v3 situation as Kohli helps and takes down Paradox. It's only Munair remaining.
He's going to be
In a
running
1v3
back.
situation.
It's not happening. He's just trying to run and save his operator. Lovely round by .exe, and also able to carry for 3 weapons into the next round. Fast push towards the B, and then angles being held properly. Tricky being taken down as soon as he sends out the fast lane and relay bowl was the main key. No entry being allowed there to the Neon. No one was able to follow up on that. And eventually, round just falling out of their hands.
Yeah. Slowly and steadily, Reckoning is staging a comeback. Now only 2 rounds deficit. If this one also goes in their favor, there is a chance of an equalizer coming in. And here they've got the lockdown as well towards Deadly 10, which can definitely help them for the retake. But Trinity deals with BGG towards the B side, so that means B is completely open. They can easily go for the plant because Deadly 10 is towards the C link. In fact, he has been pushed back towards the spawn. But needs to be a bit careful as he gets a timing onto Trinity.
Spike planted.
.exe was not even aware about the position of Deadly 10, and Paradox goes in, gets Kohli and RVK as well.
One enemy remaining.
Sticking a bit too much for that commitment to take down lockdown. It's all down to Makaveli. 33 HP and a dream. And an attempt to try and land in a shot.
I'll handle this.
Nothing's happening. He invests onto the dimensional drift as well. Has to move out of it. And it's not happening today.
Go, go, go.
I did understand the idea of .exe. They knew they're going for a B plant, and they knew that Deadly 10 had his lockdown ready. So they decided they want to push Deadly 10 down and pick him off and then focus on something else. But they just went too far deep towards the CT that there were 3 different avenues for them to watch out for. And that was also a timing where Kohli was caught from the side because no one was apparently watching the A-Link as well. That was a bit of a haphazard decision again from .exe, and Reckoning hit that perfectly. Now this one cage that has been dropped, that is a crossing cage. And it is to deny that one smoke which BGG has been constantly sending outside of the A lobby. That recon held them for a second, but now they will push far forward. But look at how far BGG and Deadly 10 are.
Reckoning, they've got a lot in this particular round. Not just the lockdown, but the Hunter's Fury is also there. Then Operator, even the Viper Spit is also just 1 point away. And DC gets a timing onto BGG. If Reckoning makes these sort of mistakes, then there's the possibility of .exe converting a Thrifty. Tricky gets one, but Kohli gets the instant trade onto Tricky as well. Shock Dart goes in. The lockdown has been invested, which is going to push the plus of .exe out of the side. But to counter the lockdown, the Hunter's Fury is there. And the lockdown has been destroyed.
One enemy remaining.
It's down to the last 1v1 now. Kohli, he's got 1 HP up in his hands. Moner up in front. And the shorty will never get anything from a range like that unless it's 1 HP. That's exactly what you needed. Phenomenal decision making from the Viper of Reckoning. And on the back of that, they equalize the scoreline. Also baiting out a big Hunter's Fury on the other side. Now Moner has got his own Viper's Spit. Paradox with his own Hunter's Fury too. Maybe Trinity can deny something with the kill contract that he's got in his own backpack. Cage 3. .exe. Oh, they see this aggression. Holding it down. Cannot really contest the space of A-Long now. After a lot of rounds, Reckoning have decided to play a bit more aggressive towards the A. Should be a standard play. There's a Hunter's Fury now as soon as they heard the Owl Road. Wanted to get a catch onto Paradox, but that's not happening right now at least.
And also look at Tricky. How aggressive positioning he's holding towards the A main, but finally he falls back to the side. A very slow approach from the side of .exe. They don't want to make any sort of a mistake. But seems like all the information has already been passed on to Tricky that yes, .exe is trying for that A control. In fact, 3 players are...
Good smoke. That one smoke is going to push back the defenders and also keep 3 towards the A side.
30 seconds
the rest
left.
of the cavalry can eventually push towards the CM. Will not have the side being flooded in fast.
Oh, Moner gets one onto Trinity. Makavali gets a trade, but Deadly 10, who was hiding in the cubby, gets a one onto Kohli. Everything is going in the favor of .exe. They still have the numbers advantage. RVK is going for the plant as well. And BGG in a 1v3 retake have got nothing. Few basic utilities are there, but are they enough to do a 1v3? And the answer is no. RVK is not going to allow anything to him. The 10th one goes in the favor of .exe. .exe coming so close to doing a 2-0 to the players of Reckoning.
That is such a good and slow round from .exe. Gave up the A lobby control and retook that A long space again. Send out a smoke to keep the defenders towards the A side and then cleared out the C side through garage. And DC, that big 2K there was the big key for them to hold its space down. He was only good for 1 and nothing apart from that, so he was eventually flushed out from that cubby. And Makaveli to stop the operator of Moner over towards that spawn, crucial too. Big round coming in from that side. And now there's nothing in the bank account for Reckoning to play with Shadow. That means .exe can probably reach the map point 2 pretty soon.
They most certainly can, but they need to be very cautious because it's not like Reckoning is struggling way too much. The rounds are not that clean rounds for either of these teams. So if .exe gives even the slightest chance for the players of Reckoning Esports to stage a comeback, there is solid chance of Reckoning coming to an equalizer and maybe going for that lead. So .exe, they have to play their cards right, and this time the players of .exe are going all the way towards C, where we have Monair. A good smoke also from the side of .exe, not going to pass any information. But .exe, they need to check that particular angle, otherwise Monair can do so much damage to the entire team. And finally the smoke is there. Monair gets 1, 2 and maybe third one. The poison cloud is there, but this time Kohli says no. But I think Monair has already done his job. 2 players out from the side of .exe. DC gets 1 onto Deadly 10, trying to equalize the numbers as well. The shock dart goes in.
It's a big 75 punch down on the body shadow because Tricky is carrying the Spectre. All he needs to do is now land a couple of shots onto him.
Spike planted.
Heart is going to go down, so Garage Control becomes the most crucial part of this map.
Yeah, and Tricky seems like he won't be able to do anything. DC was anticipating that someone is going to be there, and immediately he was able to shut down Tricky. A 2v3 situation, Judge can change things around, but only and only if he gets the timing. But seems like the operator this time is going to get a timing onto DC. And .exe, all they have to do is just buy some more time. But seems like Paradox finds Kohli. RVK shuts down that Judge player. Goes for the instant TP.
Time. Not really there. But for RVK, this time it is. Not letting history repeat itself. Back on the defense side. In that round number 4. BGG was the one to win that round against RVK. But this time RVK answers back. And Kohli yet again standing with DC with that big play. That's a nice snappy operator shot though, but Paradox not being able to land that Judge shot was the main crucial key. He did so much damage down there, taking Kohli down too, but not really confirmed that. And this time C-long push. Paranoia on the other side to try and re-clear that space. Trinity calls in one onto a different domain. And that domain is his playground. He's able to take Deadly 10 down and followed up. Kohli catches Monair 2 outside of A-long. Still 2 more players that you have to answer back. But the discipline is absolutely impeccable.
Should be a 12th one for the players of .exe. And if this round gets converted scared, it won't just be the map point, but the series point for the players of .exe. The up run of Paradox goes in towards the A main, towards the A long, but he gets no information. Nothing has been passed on to the players of Reckoning Esports. So look at the trigger discipline of the players of .exe. And finally, that recon gives the information away. So now, Reckoning knows exactly where the players of .exe are, but DC comes in from the A shot, gets Paradox, and now it's a 2v5 retake because it's an open side. Should be easy plant, but for the retake, Reckoning has got nothing in their hands.
One enemy remaining.
And now every hope is dropping down. Out in the open, Trinity will get the better of the opponent duelist.
Match point.
And it's not just a series point, Shadow. It could also very well be the Ascension playoffs point. A last chance for Reckoning to discuss. And a last opportunity to maybe pull themselves back. Because if they get eliminated right now, then they will be probably what, in the 7th, 8th position. And not a lot of points will be offered to you there. That means even their slot, and they were sitting at the 3rd place right now, can be stolen away by the other teams. .exe being one of them.
I'm going to just ask you one simple question, Scared. Do you think Reckoning can convert the next 3 rounds in their favor?
Do they have the potential? Yes.
Can they? It's not about potential. Can they?
That's up to them. At this point,
you should join politics.
This is not a yes or no question. That's the main thing.
It is. Because I'll tell you very clearly, I don't think Reckoning can convert the next 3 follow-up rounds because they don't have any major ultimate. On the other side, if you notice, Kohli has got the Hunter's Fury. Even Makavali's Dimensional Drift is also just 2 points away. Neural Theft is also there. So yes, maybe on the back of the Viper Spit, they can get 1 round. But back-to-back 3 rounds are going to be a big challenge for the players of Reckoning at this point.
Very quickly sends out the pit as well, covers both of the avenues of C. And it sends out a quick snake bite to try and stop any kind of push, while Reckoning take A-long control too. That's 2 major avenues being stolen away from .exe. BGG has been posted up in a close angle shadow. This could be a big thing.
It certainly can be. Tricky, still hiding inside the cyber cage. And the entire team of .exe this time now are going for the mid exploration. B side in the meanwhile is completely left open. It's only the Deadly 10 setup which is there.
Right
So
here.
yes, .exe can definitely try to go for a B execute, but seems like they're aiming for the garage control, but they need to be a bit careful from that alarm bot and also Deadly 10 who is towards the mid window.
Shadows traveling.
B is the only safe space for them. No, it's not the safest either, as you mentioned. It was all a feint though. Nothing in B. The bold play from Deadly 10 has given out the information. Paranoia comes in first close. Relay bold to answer back. BGG gets the first one. Instantly traded. .exe. 3 more people in front of them. Kohli absolutely diligent on that peak. Paradox could not get anything. Can Deadly save the day? Seems like no is the answer. It's all down to one. The man, the myth, out there from the tundras of Russia. Can this man carry his team to another round? Can this man carry his team to Ascension playoffs qualifiers? Shot on the skull, animation shown. He sees all of them, he knows all of them, but how can he break this high-low? It's a big thing, a big task. Behemoth one, he catches one, lands in the second shot on the skull. Pulls out the shotty in the hand as well. Time, not his best friend. Stick is all he needs to do, and DC will not allow that to happen. It is .exe closing this series out in a 2-0 style. And the dreams and hopes of the Wolves are shattered and buried deep within the ices of where they wanted to climb up.
Well, Necro has been saying this constantly, that the split 3 is full of astonishing plays, full of surprises, and seems like one more surprise we just witnessed today. Or should I say, this split 3 is full of disappointments as well, because no one thought Reckoning is going to lose against the players of .exe in a 2-0 fashion. Hey, why are you looking at... I didn't say Reckoning is going to lose. I said .exe do stand up a very solid chance.
Sure. I'm just going to say that, you know, I'm not going to call it the split of disappointments, but rather I'm going to call it the split of absolute surprises. You know, mad scenes happening out here. Reckoning first dropping down, you know, Asterisk proving themselves and bettering the sides of Reckoning. And then .exe as well, finding that perfect revenge. I mean, they lost to this exact same team all the way back in split 2. But eventually finding a good answer on the other side now. Even if we talk about .exe, right, in split 1 they were going by the name of OG, they had Wenka, they had Hoax. They were the big players out there. One of them is right now playing in Revenant XSpark, and the second one is IGLing the side of S8UL, and both of them finding humongous success. This entire team was struggling throughout split 2, and now having to face their demons yet again down there in the lower bracket. And that's when they shine the brightest. Kohli, this man played it so big. He was so crucial for the success of this team. And he shows up in the big games and in big times.
Not just Kohli, I think RVK also did step up majorly, because so many rounds were there where we saw that RVK was going for that quadra. So yes, it was actually RVK also doing so much for the team. It was actually an entire team game. The entire team was playing really good from the side of .exe, and it was not like it was a shabby performance from the side of Reckoning Esports, because be it Paradox or Deadly 10, Deadly 10 was on a different level. I won't be surprised if he also becomes the MVP or get the highest flag in the server. Munair was also contributing so much. So many good plays were also showcased by the side of Reckoning Esports, but maybe .exe was just the better team today.
Really want to have a look at the MVP, since you already mentioned there's a lot of candidates out there for that. It's going to be quickly 3 first kills for this guy. And 260 on that ACS. 22 kills. Phenomenal performance from this team. I still remember all the way back in the Grey Fox Esports days when he used to play with Hoax and Venka, how crucial he would normally be for his team. And in all of those impactful frags, impactful rounds, he would help that team climb up as well. He's been so good since such a long time, and now finally hitting his prime back after taking that small break from the competitive scene. Seeing him, you know, back to his glory days, it's so refreshing. And now he's also carrying the baton of .exe. And this is a big reason why they are now bettering Reckoning on the other side. 13 first kills for them. 7 times they got the spike down. 6 times they were able to convert out of the 22 rounds overall they played, and 10 rounds on the attacking side.
Yeah, and one clutch from both the sides. One thrifty was also there from both the sides. So it was definitely a tough match for both these teams. .exe did play it a little better than the players of Reckoning Esports. And that's why they are able to do a 2-0 against the players of Reckoning. And looking at the player performance also, Kohli the MVP, but from the side of Reckoning has to be Deadly 10 with 21 in 18, 262 ACS, 2 first kills. In fact, Tricky was not able to really come online, and it was really important for Tricky to come online, because since Reckoning was going for a single duelist composition, so it was entirely on Tricky to go for those fast execute to get an opening into the site. But .exe, the double duelist comp, yes, Trinity was not coming online, but at least Makavali was coming online.
That's the main thing. He's constantly setting the team up as well, and also finding some good success too. But for the entire series, it's going to be DC. He's going to get the MVP. 42 bomber being dropped out there from this man who was playing such a passive role. Viper in the first one, and then Cypher in the second. 5 first kills for him as well. An impactful performance being showcased. And I agree with you on the point where Trinity was not being able to set things up for his team. And I think so one of the big reasons for that is also DC, as his strip fires was so nasty in that second map. He was constantly there, you know, around the entire map, either providing some support with the passive utility that he had with those strips and the camera too, or then out-fragging everyone else with the gun. And I think so DC was one of the key backbones for the big success of 2-0 for the side of .exe Esports. While on the other side, yeah, struggles for Reckoning. But you know what? I think so they need to look at the brighter side after this one. They've figured out a lot of their mistakes. All they need to do is just fix things and maybe show for the next few events that will happen. But for now, they really need to pray that the Ascension slot has not been stolen away by any other team.
I don't think that's going to be the case, because let's be honest, in the split 2, Reckoning came on the second spot, and in split 1 also they had a decent performance. So yes, Reckoning, they do have a good amount of circuit points already in their backpack, and this time also they do have so good amount of points. So yes, I don't think their Ascension qualifier spot is in any sort of danger, at least not until now. If Exe goes and wins the Split 3 championship, or .exe wins the Split 3 championship, maybe after that I can say that Reckoning qualification could be in danger.
Here's the thing. I'll tell you the main thing right now. SATUL and .exe both have 90 points for themselves.
Yeah.
And they are both placing themselves higher than Reckoning already. If you look at Split 1-2, that is also when Reckoning Esports was just below OG, whose points were eventually carried for .exe, and then SATUL, they have been that consistency that they always had. So I think so there is a possibility for Reckoning to qualify in a case where SATUL and .exe be eliminated early on, but I'll have to look at the reason why this team has been succeeding for such a long time now, and one of the big players is always going to be RBK. 62 kills overall with 203 ACS, and look at that headshot percentage, Shadow.
Yeah, 42.1%. Close to what I saw for Damara, if I'm not wrong. And he's the duelist. And RBK, the controller. And he has been fantastic. Be the sheriff or the operator or the vandal or phantom. Whatever weaponry is,
Hey.
RBK always makes sure he gets the perfect value out of it.
How can you forget his sheriffs and guardians, man? Come on, they're much
I did
better
say
than
sheriff.
his automatic rifles. Yeah, but you miss the guardian. Miss the guardian.
I said rifles also.
You miss the guardian. Guardian is a semi-automatic weapon. But all right, I just want to pull your leg out there, though. Yes, I agree over the fact that he's always performing with every weaponry out in his own hands. Sheriffs and guardians a bit better than compared to his rifles, though. But I'm not gonna say how solid it stands, considering in the previous one he showcased such enormous in-game in terms of the mechanics too. Very solid, I have to say. But that's about it for this one series, right, Shadow? We've still got one more remaining, and that's going to be Global Esports Academy and Exe IND. Now, for Exe IND, they're all the way down in terms of the circuit points. They've only got 30. So if they want to stand a chance to win this entire, or rather qualify for the Ascension qualifiers, they need to win. And I mean it. They need to win Split 3. Otherwise, it's going to be almost next to impossible. But we'll have to wait and see how that happens. Yeah, I know you've got something to say.
Don't. I know you're trying to dodge my question, scared. Before you go, I want your prediction for the next one.
I really hope to stay and give you that prediction though, but I'm pretty sure that our producer has given us the call out to send it on a short break. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll be hopping on to a short break, rather not yet. You're so lucky for that one, because we've got an interview lined up, people. So we're going to have a look at that interview.
For me, like the last split was very hard for as a team because it was very new. मैं भी आइजलिंग कर रहा था नया and नए players भी आए और हमारे पास बहुत कम time भी था. But now we brought in Hacker. He's been a really nice support for us. He's been a really motivating factor for us, and I'm very happy. I'm very proud of the boys. I just told them कि play for each other. देखो आज जो भी होगा एक दूसरे के लिए खेलना और बस enjoy करके खेलना. And I'm so happy they delivered. And I'm just excited to play the next match. I just want to hunt down every team now. I'm just really excited, but I'm very proud of my team. I'm very happy.
आरवी के एक मेरा सवाल ये है, आज हेवन के ऊपर जो मिड फाइट कर रहे थे आप लोग बार बार, ये एक सेट ऑफ गेम प्लान था जो आपको पता रेकनिंग करती है, तो काउंटर स्ट्रैटेजी प्रेप थी, या फिर ये ऑन द फ्लाई चल रहा था?
नहीं, मतलब काइंड ऑफ ऑन द फ्लाई था, बिकॉज इट्स काइंड ऑफ लाइक देयर कॉम्पोजिशन. तो उनके कॉम्प के अराउंड मैंने काफी देखा था कि मतलब टीम्स कैसे खेलती है एंड हाउ वी शुड एडजस्ट विद आवर कॉम्पोजिशन. एंड ऑब्वियसली आई कांट कॉपी पेस्ट फ्रॉम अदर टीम्स बिकॉज दीस गाइज हैव इंडिविजुअल स्किल्स दैट मे बी दे डोंट हैव, और यू नो थिंग्स आर डिफरेंट. तो उसके हिसाब से सेटअप करना था, एंड इसलिए हमने थोड़े सेटअप्स किए थे ऑन द फ्लाई, एंड इट काइंड ऑफ वाज वर्किंग. सो आई एम वेरी हैप्पी विद दैट. बट ऑन द अदर हैंड मतलब प्रिपरेशन तो थी, आई एम नॉट गोइंग टू से नहीं थी, बट आई विल से समथिंग कि I was very surprised that Haven खेलना पड़ा आज हमें, but I'm happy कि it went our way.
Fabulous man. और हम आई होप कि फ्यूचर के अंदर भी यही चीज देखने को मिले. बट जब आप सरप्राइज थे हेवन खेलने को मिला, आइसबॉक्स आप खुद ने ही चाहते थे उसके ऊपर खेलना, बट जो स्टार्ट हुई थी वो थोड़ी सी खराब हुई थी. बट व्हाट एक्चुअली हैपेंड जिसकी वजह से कमबैक करा, और अटैक में इतना कंफर्टेबल कैसे थे आप लोग?
Honestly on defense मतलब वो लोग भी काफी अच्छा खेल रहे थे, and I mean props to Reckoning. They gave us a really good match, and you know Reckoning is always a team which comes up with these small unorthodox plays where he's opping on attack with Sage and he's like flying around the map and everything. So all those things were catching us off guard, but I think once we understood, once it became I think 4-1 or 5-1, we settled in. Of course jitters भी थे because you know this match was a must win for us, and I think qualify हो गए नहीं हुए पता नहीं, but जो भी है it was like jitters थे लोगों के, but yeah that was the game plan, and after that we settled in. Attack पे it was quite smooth because उनकी comp के against हमने काफी खेला हुआ है, and it's quite similar to other compositions जैसे Harbor Viper type हो गया, you know. So उस चीजों के around हमने थोड़ा game plan बनाया था, and it was quite comfortable for us, but still they made us quite very uncomfortable. बहुत ऐसे rounds थे जो नहीं जाने चाहिए था and जाने भी चाहिए था, तो वही it's all part of the game, but I'm really happy that all 4 of them delivered today.
ओके, आप क्वालिफिकेशन की बात कर रहे हैं. द नेक्स्ट मैच अब एस्ट्रिक के साथ है. अगर वो जीतेंगे तो फिर 99% आपकी क्वालिफिकेशन कंफर्म्ड है. तो कोई स्पेशल प्रिपरेशन, कोई अलग मैप वीट हो, क्योंकि एस्ट्रिक्स भी एक बड़ा अपसेट क्रिएट करके आई है रिसेंटली?
We're just gonna treat them like another opponent. There's no special treatment for anyone. We went into VLT with the same mindset. We went into today's match with the same mindset, and I'm not gonna give special treatment to anyone because I know the potential we have. I know the capabilities that we hold, and I believe in my team. So there's not gonna be anything special, but maybe you might see a new map, something we haven't played in a while. So let's see. But yeah, I'm excited for the match.
Okay. आई एम ओपन फॉर सरप्राइज भाई. मैं तो चाहूंगा कि थोड़ा सा कुछ ऐसा है. बट हे आरवीके बहुत ही अच्छी विक्ट्री है. हंस रहे हैं पीछे आकर. यू गाइस आर डेफिनेटली कुकिंग समथिंग. बट हमने ना कभी मतलब आपने बोला चारों प्लेयर्स आपके आसपास हैं. जाने से पहले एक वर्ड जो डीसी रूल से मैं सुनना चाहता हूँ बिकॉज ही हैज बीन एन क्रेजी प्लेयर. मतलब थोड़ा सा अगर उनसे एक चीज पूछनी थी. श्योर.
हेलो.
Yeah. So DC rules एक चीज we have been seeing you from a very long time, right?
Yeah.
और ये जो पर्टिकुलर विक्ट्री मिली है आपका बहुत बड़ा योगदान था. मिड गेम के अंदर थोड़ा सा भी प्रेशर फील हुआ था कि भाई चीजें खराब हो सकती है क्योंकि आपने कई राउंड्स बचाए हैं वैसे.
हाँ मतलब ऑब्वियसली प्रेशर तो फील हो ही रहा था जब मतलब कोई भी कुछ मर रहा था कहीं पे. बट इन द एंड वही था कि भाई अगर 2v5 या 3v5 भी जाएगा हम एम पे मार देंगे. तो जस्ट मैं सब ऋषि भी सबको ही बोल रहा था मर रहे हो कोई नहीं एम पे मारो. बाकी जो बंदे बस एम पे मारो खड़े रह के. सो दैट्स व्हाट वी वर डूइंग.
ऑलराइट ऑसम. थैंक्स अ लॉट डीसी रूल्स. मतलब मेरे को यही पूछना था. और एक एनी फाइनल स्टेटमेंट फॉर एस्ट्रिक्स जो कि आप बोलना चाहोगे आप आरवीके या फिर एनीवन किसी को भी अगर कुछ फाइनल स्टेटमेंट बोलनी है फॉर योर नेक्स्ट ओपनिंग्स.
सी आई डोंट वांट टू बी टू कॉकी because they are a team of good players, good young players. So yeah, good luck to both the teams, us and them. Yeah, nothing cocky.
Awesome. Very humble and thanks a lot.
Yeah.
And congratulations for the victory.
Thank
I
you,
hope कि अगला गेम आपके लिए मजेदार है. Thanks a lot DC Rules. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot to the whole team. Bye bye.
I am absolutely disappointed with Shivansh there. I was genuinely hoping for him to ask something related to the baiter that was written on his t-shirt, but I really have to say, that was exactly the opposite of gameplay DC was showing. He was constantly there for the trades as well for the team, and RPK was also pulling in some good calls for his entire team, and I love the fact how they were so confident. Shadow, I know you are so waiting to ask me the question and ask me who I predict to win this one, but I'm absolutely not going to do that. You will have Necro to answer that question after this short break, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. It's Global Esports Academy versus Exe IND.
Here we go! What's this?
Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. I ain't taking no loss. Look, I'ma always win. And I'ma do it again. Watch me win. Then watch me do it again. I'ma always win.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
One enemy remaining.
The world from the eye of the Horus. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the forest. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका? देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं. करूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना करीब, तू बेटे चीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you gonna bleed. Pick up a seat, carry your team. I'm the king of kings. Brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realms of reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. राजा भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना तू मेरी तरफ आना आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना 'Cause I am the Raja 'Cause I am the Raja Look at my eyes, what do you see? I'm more than average, man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been about traveling. अष्टभुजाएं मेरी जैसे मैं tarantula ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खोली क्या तुम लगाओगे बोलियां कम पड़े गोलियां चंद्रगुप्त ने मौर्य या दिला तू लोरियां come to me and you just gonna die that's really a given I am invincible and you are invisible see that's really a difference get out of my way only the world the choice is yours I don't kill my enemies I play with them that's what the toys are for from Mumbai to the rest of the world I am the Raja भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना तू मेरी तरफ आना आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना 'Cause I am the Raja 'Cause I am the Raja
Going up.
Got one. Powers out.
You know I'ma live by the team, I'ma fight by the team. If it comes, I'ma die with it. Casualties, casually to any adversaries. If it's necessary, I'ma go and come and ride with it. Let me welcome you to my legion. If you mess with us, we gon' put you on a t-shirt. Never take a day off for some leisure. Squad's always up, this teamwork, stream work. चलो फिर आ जाओ सारे एक एक मारे फिर एक बार एक गारे सारे मेरे बंटर बावे रेगिस्तान में भी हम नदियाँ बहा दे चलो साले दे मत बहाने वाला टना मत जब हम आ जाए सामने और करे तेरे बारे मेरे मेरी टीम मेरे पीछे क्या करेगा कुछ अब I said I got your back 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 I said I got your back 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 I said I got your back in my team we adapt we a family from around the world we are back you can never take us down and that's a fact all we do is improvise and adapt I said I got your back and I said I got your back and I said I got your back and I said I got your back हम खड़े फिर यहीं ऊपर आसमान नीचे जमीन पूरा है अब हमें यकीन बढ़ते रहना आगे और चढ़ते रहना ऊपर साथ मेहनत है और हमारा जमीन खुशी हो या कमी जीत की तरफ है बढ़ते जाना लड़ते जाना कभी माननी है हार नहीं ही वर्क हार्ड एंड प्ले हार्ड चाहे जितना भी दिखे हम गंभीर चलो करें मजे I said I got your back and my team we adapt we a family from around the world we are back you can never take us down and that's a fact all we do is improvise and adapt I said I got your back Rise in attack.
Bienvenidos a Madrid. Eso no. We are here. Let's go. No confiaron, pero míralo. Llego con los míos y la grada explota. Le di la razón al que me quiso ver bien. Lo soñé en mi habitación y ahora primera me ven. No te hablo del avión. Vine por mi cinturón. Voy a hacer que recuerde mi nombre. No me importa cuándo ni dónde. Yo por esto la sufrí y aposté por mí como el doble. Yo no sé lo que es perder desde el 2000 y
equipo. No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota. No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota. No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mama, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go pop off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread, ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Just don't
We gotta stay awake. Renegade, Risco, let him move blood, but it can't come. Pedal on a pedal with an O3, get room, boom, up 400, that's roll. Got to see 100 the and move, get lifted, body need bit cool. Let's do flat over your head, body got another on me, O99. Telephone cut that rain, shout out my son for the rain, though. I don't want cut my lane. Running fist fire, scared no rest. Go pop one ring, go break one bench. I pop missile, if I wish I put one pistol on my head. Was popping and popping, love in the morning. Blue come over to come in the morning. Vogue in the flick, poster forming. Confident boy run a halo on me. Jealous in the NBO, fill up in the air. I be hitting minimal when I'm on the air. Yeah, boy so pitiful, wanna be my pet. Oh well, good boy, catch a bone on the stair. Renegade, Risco, let him move blood, but it can't come. Pedal on a pedal with an O3, get room, boom, up 400, that's roll. Cut through C, 100 the and move, get lifted, body need bit cool. Let's do flat over your head, body got another on me. Skid on my life, green pet flavor, take all the vibes, right side center.
Here we go! What's this? Welcome back everyone, you guys are watching OMEN VALORANT Challenger South Asia 2025 Split 3 and the next BO3 is between EXE and one more team, and I think Global Esports Academy is going to be really happy, Necro.
Yeah, of course, Global Esports Academy getting a default win, or pretty much you can say getting a bye on the first map since they forfeited because one of the players from the side of Exe wasn't able to connect to the lobby in time, so that's why now Global Esports Academy is going to start things off with an advantage off the rip, which is of course a great thing, and Global Esports Academy is one of those teams that desperately did need an advantage like that, while now you try and speak of a team like Exe, what are the odds that they might just come out on top? They're next to none. Their mentality is already going to be down in the drain.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I don't think EXE after facing such a defeat in the first map, that was not technically a defeat. They didn't get the chance to play as well. I don't think there is any solid chance for EXE to compete, to beat the players of Global Esports Academy at this point. But let's have a look at the map veto also, Necro, that what sort of maps were picked and banned by the players of EXE and Global Esports Academy, because I'm sure they have already picked their strong maps, and Global Esports Academy went for the Haven pick, and that Haven went in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't exactly go in their favor since Global Esports Academy got a win off the rip like that since, as I mentioned, due to some technical issues, one of the players from the side of EXE wasn't able to connect. But now as we move on towards the map of Lotus, and as I mentioned, since EXE is starting things off with a bit of that handicap, it's going to be extremely tough for EXE to pull anything off because, as I mentioned, their mentality is not going to be that great. They're already going to be facing a lot of jitters themselves. And since EXE is one of those teams that might just not make it to the Ascension qualifiers, there's just going to be a lot of that pressure that's going to be surmounting.
And they were already at the bottom of the leaderboard. They had the least circuit points already. And after that, this split was really important for the players of EXE, and already they were in the lower bracket elimination matchup. So this is big blow to their confidence as well after this. So let's see what they can do on the map of Lotus. The only hope which they have right now is to convert the map of Lotus, which is their own map pick by the way, and the map of Ascent, which is a decided map as well. If they do manage to win the next two maps, only then EXE stands a chance to stay in the race for the Ascension qualifiers.
Exactly, while Global Esports Academy just needs to win this one map of Lotus, and that will be it. And looking at the stats as well for this particular map, Global Esports Academy has played a lot of Lotus. One thing is for sure, the boys definitely are quite experienced on this map, and they have won it twice, but they have lost 5 off the map of Lotuses, which is of course not a good thing. While you try and compare the same stats to XOGG, they've won both of the Lotus maps that they've been played so far.
Yeah, one of them was in the split 3 itself, where they played against the players of Mumbai Demons, and that was in double OT or 17-15 scoreline, which went in the favor of the players of Exe Esports. But that was the qualifier of the relegation, Promorello. So that means that was a easy matchup as compared to against Global Esports Academy. So statistically speaking, the chances of Global Esports Academy winning on this one are pretty high.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much they've played it twice and they've won it twice as well. But since Global Esports Academy has a little bit more experience on this map and they have played it a lot more compared to the players of Exe Esports, once again, that's going to be another advantage stacking towards the players of Global Esports Academy. On paper now, Global Esports Academy has too many advantages. If you talk about the overall experience, of course, Global Esports Academy has that too. You talk about the overall momentum, Global Esports Academy has it better compared to the players of Exe Esports.
But here's one more thing, Necro, that Global Esports Academy, they played the map of Lotus back in Split 1. They haven't played Lotus even one time in Split 2 or Split 3 yet. But Exe Esports in Split 2, they did manage to defeat the players of .exe as well with a 13-8 scoreline. So chances of Exe Esports are still there. I'm not saying very strong chances are there for the players of Exe Esports, but a little bit of the hope is still there for Exe Esports because since they have played it recently in Split 3 and Split 2 as well.
Yeah, of course, there will always be a chance, right? At the end of the day, what matters is the start. If they're able to get a good start in their hands, that means they will have a lot of room for error for the later game, too. And if Exe Esports messes up the start itself, then things will go haywire for them. So for Exe Esports, since they have already lost the first map on paper, now the second map gets extremely important. As I mentioned, starting things off on the handicap is not going to give them a good look. It's not going to be a good mental state to be in, but it is what it is. Now they need to kick things off in the second map itself. And if they do somehow manage to win it, then Global Esports Academy, one thing is for sure, they will be turning up the gears, and they will make sure that they're pushing the players of Exe Esports to their limits. Let's speak about the past matchups a little bit more. Exe Esports' previous match was against the players of Revenant XSpark, and they got absolutely slammed on the map of Split. A 13-0 scoreline, which is not a good look if you think about it. It's not going to put the players of Exe Esports in that good of a mental stage.
Yeah, Split was a 13-0 affair in the favor of Revenant XSpark. Even Icebox was also a very dominating victory for the players of Revenant, a 13-4 scoreline. Before that also, Exe Esports had to play against the players of Asterisk as well. That also didn't go entirely in their favor. The only recent win which Exe Esports had was against Mumbai Demons, and that was also a Promorello match. In the main split, they are never winning. A map win was there against .exe back in Split 2, and that's it, nothing else. That is why Exe Esports is sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard in terms of the circuit points. And chances of them making it to the Ascension qualifiers are almost negligible, and since they have got nothing to lose, I think they can put their best performance forward today.
Yeah, pretty much backs against the wall, right? The only time they can actually stand a chance to qualify towards the Ascension qualifiers is if they directly move on towards the Grand Finals and actually win the entirety of the Split 3. That's the only time they will have a chance to move on towards the Ascension qualifiers, which sounds a little bit too much, generally speaking, specifically for a team like Exe Esports, who hasn't been in that great of a shape. I highly doubt they're going to be able to pull off something like that, but if they do, of course, it will be a Cinderella run for them. But now let's talk about a little bit more of the realistic side of things. Global Esports Academy, after losing out against a team like SATUL in 2-0 fashion, even for Global Esports Academy, this might just be their redemption matchup where they will try their best to get their momentum back in their hands.
Could be possible because SATUL Esports recently had a win in their favor, and they are the first one to qualify for the playoffs. And SATUL, since they are leading in terms of the circuit points as well in the leaderboard, so this is also bringing in a great opportunity for the players of Global Esports Academy, because if they really perform good, if they make it to the qualifiers, there is a chance that Global Esports Academy can accumulate those circuit points for themselves.
I mean, if you look at the overall lineup too, right? Exe Esports, they've got a few experienced players. Let's not forget they've got Roster, who has been there inside of the circuit for a long time. Trist, of course, one of the most reliable players to have inside of your lineup. Then you've also got a man like Scar coming into picture. River as well has definitely showcased a lot of improvement, and he has been in the forefront of the team too. He has been the main playmaker sometimes as well in some of the rounds. And Snippist, even he's been doing pretty good for himself. XOIND on paper does seem like a pretty solid lineup. But once again, experience is something that's lacking as a whole knit unit. They haven't played enough as a whole knit unit. They haven't played enough as a team. And that's where the players of Global Esports Academy might just have the advantage. While you try and speak of the players of Global Esports Academy, you've got Kibo, you've got Caramel, you've also got Ryzen, you've also got Gurf right there, and even Yuvi. Every single player, you've heard these names for years and years in the competitive history of Valorant. So you pretty much know this lineup is definitely stacked. But once again, for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Here we go! What's this?
Visions in my head of this, you don't know the half of it. I got dreams of looking up, high as I can get, but nothing feels like how it feels to know these things I don't know yet. The weight of everything, and everything's a threat. Sometimes I'm trapped inside and I don't know what I'm gonna do. But to take on the world is the only thing that we know how to do. I've got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's you and me, and everywhere we go it leads to an open door.
We made our mistakes, the good and bad days, but nothing really breaks if I got you. Look at the sky when you go outside, and know there is nothing to keep me back.
We are back after a short little break, and now the next map is going to be there in any time soon. But I really want to know your prediction, Necro, that what is exactly, although I have a vague idea what your prediction is going to be, but still I want to know it from you.
I mean, look, it's going to be Global Esports Academy 2-0. I don't think it's even a question. I'm pretty sure every single person in the chat as well is pretty much anticipating the same scoreline as well. And since XOID is already starting things off with a bit of a handicap, as I mentioned, it's also going to be affecting their mentality a lot more inside of the game. And as we move on towards the first map itself, that will be cleared out, and how the start's going to be looking like for the players of XOID. We have a look at the Asian composition too. And XOGG, once again, not really changing anything, pretty much sticking to the basics, and it's pretty much a mirror matchup over here. I mean, overall, with how things have been looking like, EXO, once again, pretty much just selecting the same agents as the players of Global Esports Academy, so it's a mirror matchup. This is definitely seeming like it's quite a close match. But at the end of the day, it's all going to come down to the first round itself. If Global Esports Academy just single-handedly swoops them apart, then XOID for them, it's not going to be a great look.
Yeah, of course, it's not going to look that great, but for now, XOID, they are starting on the attack, and like you said, Global Esports Academy on the defensive side. For now, the Sheriff investment is already coming in, and Garb with the Sheriff can do a lot of damage towards the side of XOID, but it's all about the precision. If he's very precise with his aim, then only that is possible. But Gorang is sticking with the classic half shield, and for now, a very slow approach could be the key for the players of XOID, and usually they like going towards the A side, and that is exactly where they're going. The horn gives no information to the players of Global Esports Academy, but here's the thing, A side is a double stacked up side. So it's not going to be easy for the players of XOID to have that rubble control and execute the A side, especially with the controller and the pain shell, the duelist being there on the site.
Once again, with how things are starting off, overall, quite a slow and steady start. Even the players of XOID hesitating to move towards any sort of site. Heavy stack outside of B. Not sure what sort of game plan this time around the boys are going to be executing, but let's hope whatever they're planning it's going to work out well. Slowly and steadily, the boys start to move in towards the B site. And I'm not sure what River's doing. He's all the way back towards spawn, just tucked in a corner. I'm not sure what sort of a game plan this is going to be from the man himself, but Global Esports Academy, they've pulled themselves back, and now they're going to be aiming to play the post plant. Global Esports Academy can be caught off guard with this lurk from roster. They're still Snippist all the way towards the C site. Caramel gets caught first by Snippist. That was a great shot to the dome, but still it's not able to find any sort of value. Spike goes down. This round just feels all over the place. Once again, Snippist spotting out Caramel in the front as the man does get chipped up pretty low. XOID, losing out on the man number. It's not looking too great for them, as now the man advantage starting to stick with the players of Global Esports Academy. It's looking like a complete one-sided round, and Global Esports Academy easily scoops up the first round of the board.
Yeah, a good retake coming in finally from the side of Global Esports Academy. Initially, the round did look like it might go in the favor of XOID, especially the way these guys were able to get the first opening frag. But during the retake, during the mid-round, things just started falling in place in the favor of Global Esports Academy, especially the way these guys were popping heads of the players of XOID. And now, since they have the weaponry advantage, so the chances of converting the entire eco round are also pretty high, especially with that outlaw investment coming in from the side of Caramel. But here's the thing, 4 sheriffs from the side of XOID. It's not like they're going empty-handed with just classics. 3 sheriffs.
They've got better weaponries, but XOID, since they've got these sheriffs on the board, things can still be flipped apart easily. It played well. First recon was used, but on the back of that, they instantly are able to find the first frag too. But Yui, even he threats the needle through the smoke. Shuts down River. Global Esports Academy once again with the advantage. They should be the one to scoop up this round as well, but you never know. These sheriffs, they can definitely find some disgusting taps on the skull. Global Esports Academy, this flank might just be able to catch someone, but roster is expecting them to walk in. Slow and steady pace and approach from the side of XOID once again. Global Esports Academy starting to rock in from the back, but they do not expect anyone towards B. It's a wrap up all the way towards the C site, but XOID, they're once again pivoting towards B. will get their hands on the spike too. A little bit of that miscommunication from the side of Global Esports Academy. They should have known that the spike was dropped on the B site.
Could be a big blunder, could be a round giveaway for the players of EXO-ID. Snipist is already going for the plant, and look at the place where Roster is, but UV spots him and instantly takes him down. Snipist gets Gorv as well. Situation is even Steven.
Okay.
2v2, 1v2 now.
They've already managed to take away 3 guns from their hands. But in the end, Gorong whiffs a lot of those shots with the Bulldog. He should have been the one to close things off, in my opinion. He should have been the one to clutch it out. But that little bit of whiff in the end just cost him the round now. And Global Esports Academy looking sky high when it comes to the economy. But if you talk about EXO-ID as well, they're not going to be doing too bad. And since EXO-ID did manage to take away 3 guns from the side of Global Esports Academy, that's going to keep their economy humble too.
Yeah, the economy is not a problem. They still have the Outlaw, but since all the players of EXO-ID are on the full shield, I don't think that Outlaw is going to give much value to Caramel in this one. So the only best shot is the Bulldog and the only rifle in the hands of UV. Yes, the Sheriff can also do something in the hands of Risen, but since Risen is not coming online, look at the start, 0 and 1. Once again, EXO-ID going for that C-mount control. Caramel placed perfectly with that Outlaw. Seems like the mount control has already been given away by the players of Global Esports Academy. They might want to play on the retake, could be possible.
Utilities towards the site on the back of those satchels. Rosters already towards the site. Global Esports Academy sticking to the bonus. They haven't really invested heavy on the guns this time around. Need to be extra careful this time around, but they've already managed to open the fray up, and that's going to be the first man. Make that second. Kibo does reply back with one of his own, but that's not going to make any sort of impact just yet. But the moment you say so, Kibo, he fights the second one with that ghost. This match's an absolute demon. Global Esports Academy starting to wipe out the players of EXO-ID, and Risen in the end gets the nice 2-piece.
Seems like your prediction is going to come true, Neeraj, because Global Esports Academy have managed to convert the bonus round, and that too in the defense on Lotus, a 3-sided map where defense is never an easy job. And Global Esports Academy got the pistol, the entire eco, and now the bonus conversion. So that means EXO-ID once again back to an eco round. The thing is, maybe Global Esports Academy is not having those clean rounds, but at least they have enough crest to go for good buy, full buy. And once again, Caramel is sticking to that Outlaw. And that Outlaw in this round can be an absolute menace for the players of EXO-ID. But EXO-ID this time, oh, look at the read. 4 players towards A, and that is where EXO-ID is going.
Oh no, these Sheriffs, they're not going to be able to find a lot of value. Look at what's going on, EXO. They're starting to lose out on too many men. Just like that, we're down to just the one last man, the final glimmer of hope, and it's going to be a flawless round for Global Esports Academy.
A good read from the side of Global Esports Academy also. It was a completely stacked up side. 4 players were present towards the A, and they also decided to push the A main, push towards the rubble. The aggressive stance of Global Esports Academy did pay off really well in their favor, especially when they knew the opponents are not having better weaponry. They can take advantage of it, and they certainly did that. But now, Nightfall available on both the sides. That's the only ultimate. Once again, important round for the players of EXO-ID. If they lose this one, it is going to be a 6-0 in the favor of Global Esports Academy.
Oh, on the back of those satchels, once again, Roster. Brian just wants to press W. Good blind. The paranoia is going to be catching everyone. Also puts a bit of that stopper to the push. Gorong just wants to back away from this spot, and that's what he will do. EXO-ID, they need to give up the complete take that they had towards C main. And now they're going to move and pivot towards the rubble.
Toxins going up.
Face your fear!
That's going to be their taking. Use a decent bit of utilities as well towards the side itself. Nightfall utilized from both the sides. That's going to be able to give them a decent bit of intel as well. And a good fight from the side of Gurf. Global Esports Academy once again starting to spring back to life. 4 rounds back-to-back on the board. And at this point for EXO-ID, they're starting to look real weak. Spikes being planted. EXO-ID, this can definitely be their round. Slow and steady. He does hear the man in the front, Gurf. I'm not sure what sort of game plan he's going to be coming up with, but that's a great pick from UV. Man advantage back in the hands of the players of Global Esports Academy. Once again, Showstopper used. This is quite an important ult, and that's not going to find the value that the man was supposed to, but still Risen. On the back of that, he's able to find a quick two-piece, and UV puts an end to the round.
Well, certainly that showstopper was a major win condition for the players of Global Esports Academy. Yes, that showstopper didn't give any value to that, but it gave enough space to Rizin to go for those trades. Everything just started going in the favor of Global Esports Academy. Initially, EXE, the moment they realized that the amount of utility which is being dumped towards the C mount, so that means it's a stacked up side. They went immediately towards the B, went for the pivot, but seems like for the post plant, they had nothing. The post plant seems to be a big problem for the players of EXE, and once again they're back to the eco round, pretty much stuck in that economical dead cycle now.
Seems like it, and they will be too. And look at Global Esports Academy, they've got the Viper Spit available. They've also got From the Shadows available. So Global Esports Academy can definitely fit with what the opponent's heads. Good paranoia, once again that's going to give them the advantage that was desperately needed. Aftershock utilized to the man now needs to give that position away too. EXE is always confused on which side to execute, and that's where Global Esports Academy is finding themselves on the big advantage. Risen, he's been the main playmaker. For a while, he's been getting those multi-kills, and these frags are really keeping Risen high on confidence. Activates that wall towards B. Gerv is still able to thread the needle and find an important frag. Roster down. That's the duelist done and dusted. No showstopper for the players of EXE in this round. They cannot even go for that space since they do not really have the showstopper available anymore. Global Esports Academy, they're probably going to be charging in fearlessly, even if the players of EXE do get their hands on the site.
30 seconds left. One enemy.
They won't. That won't be allowed. The way Global Esports Academy just inherited the entirety of EXE outside the C main. A 6-1 for Global Esports Academy. And if you notice, the layering of the utility of Global Esports Academy has been fantastic. Outside A main also, the way they use that paranoia combined with razor wines and flashes, they did allow the players of EXE to push the A main itself. They were forced to pivot from that area to the C mount. And Global Esports Academy was just ready towards the C side as well to deal with the entire team of EXE. And finally a timeout is coming in from EXE, a much needed timeout, because now they have got the showstopper Neeraj and also Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, but here's the thing, even the opponents, they've got their hands on some good ultimates. So for EXE, yeah, they might get their hands on the site for a moment on the back of that showstopper, or maybe even on the Rolling Thunder. But are you really going to be able to sustain and hold it? That's the main question. They've also got a Steel Garden available. I'm speaking of Global Esports Academy. So once again, these two ultimates are extremely good and viable when it comes to playing for the retake. And Global Esports Academy, they can easily get the retake done as well, even if they somehow lose their grip on the site, which is highly unlikely. So far, it feels like it's just a straight-up mechanical game, and whoever's hitting their shots pretty much coming out on top, and Global Esports Academy is just smurfing through.
Here's the thing, Global Esports Academy, like you said, they can definitely utilize that Viper Spit and block off one of the side completely for the players of EXE and then rely on that Steel Garden for the retake. Maybe that's the idea, but I don't see any ultimate investment, at least for now, from Global Esports Academy. EXE after creating few question marks outside A are now moving towards C. A good read, because it's only one solo anchor towards C, but he has got the entire setup. It is Caramel. He has got the entire Vice setup towards the C.
Yeah, he does. 6-0 though. Global Esports Academy, they've got too much going for them. Too many rounds already converted. Even if they end up losing one, that's not going to hurt them at all. Economically, mentally, it's not going to hurt them. EXE, they do have a decent bit of ults available, so they can easily go for the take as well. It's not even a question. The main question is, are they going to be able to find the right timing? And no, it's going to be the answer! He just sabotaged his own teammate! That Rolling Thunder stunned roster! And because of that,
30 seconds left.
he was not able to push in deep enough. Yes, they do have the side control, but maybe he could have been a little bit more proactive and catch the players off guard, but it's still fine. XOID is doing a lot. In this round, they have managed to do a lot of damage to the players of Global Esports Academy. Global Esports Academy down to just a 2-man squad. What can they do?
Pretty much nothing. A 2v5 situation is in the front of Global Esports
Last player
Academy.
standing.
Seems like a done and dusted round as Kibo also has been eliminated, so that is Risen, last man standing. His position already compromised, and maybe he's trying to go for the save. There is no reason to
Oh my
save.
God.
Enough
Okay.
threats are there. Gets 2, but a 3k for roster. That ultimate rolling thunder combined with the utilities of pain shield, everything just worked in the favor of EXO-IND. They had the entire side control. Obviously, all they had to do was just deal with the setup of Caramel, those razor wines and everything. And the minute they dealt with Caramel, everything just got lined up for the players of EXO-IND.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? We saw a bit of that misplay too. Triss did use his Rolling Thunder, but that Rolling Thunder's effect hit roster hard. And because of that roster on the back of his double satchel, he wasn't able to travel a lot of distance. Maybe he would have gotten an viable or an important kill with that showstopper, but since he was not able to do so, it did put the players of EXO-IND in a bit of that troublesome spot, but luckily enough, they did win that round. So it is still quite a good thing. They did win every single individual duel. But here's the question, how long can you really keep on just relying heavily on those duels? Because now Global Esports Academy, they've realized exactly what EXO-IND wants to do. And that's where Global Esports Academy now will start to funnel in a few more frags.
True, 100% agree to that. And Caramel did exactly that the moment he picked off Garang towards C mount. And now the players of EXO-IND have been forced to pivot towards A. They have got the double control, or more like Global Esports Academy just gave up that control to the players of EXO-IND. But look at the position where Global Esports Academy is. They want to play for the retake. They want to bait out all the utilities of the players of EXO-IND as Triss is going for the plant.
It's going to be an easy plant too. No problems yet. Global Esports Academy, they've already got the man advantage so easily they can spring in and start taking the side in their hands once again. Roster's position uncompromised. The man's playing on it. Trigger discipline. In the end, he was able to spot 2 players and eliminate them, but still, now it's taken down with 1v1. Trist versus Caramel. Whose game will it be? And it will be Trist to close things off. Global Esports Academy losing 2 rounds back-to-back. Now it should be a little bit concerning.
Where was the utility from the side of Global Esports Academy? I do understand EXO-IND had nothing to work around for the post plant. They had to rely on those aim duels, and that is exactly what they did. But where were the utilities from the side of Global Esports Academy? They had the flashes, they had everything. But nothing was used. They went for the dry aim fights with the players of EXO-IND. Is it the overconfidence of Global Esports Academy now?
Yeah, it is the overconfidence. Global Esports Academy is underestimating the players of EXO-IND. And Global Esports Academy is making some random plays. Not really communicating that well. Everyone just wants to get their hands on the frags. That's what it feels like. And that's why we're seeing a lot of these overcommitments from the side of Global Esports Academy. Look at this. Such a great fight. Already getting the first frag on the board in this round. Man advantage in the hands of EXO-IND. And keep this thing in mind, if Global Esports Academy loses this round, their economy will be in shambles.
Look at the position of Snippest as well. He can do so much damage to the lurking player of Global Esports Academy, Caramel. But showstopper already online. Oh no. Kibo gets roster. Situation is going in the favor of EXO-IND. For a second, it looked like Global Esports Academy might have an advantage in this one. But that doesn't look like the case. As Snippest gets Caramel, this is what I was talking about. They both were going for the flank and the lurk, and seems like EXO-IND got better out of it, Global Esports.
Pretty much. EXO-IND now just realizes that Global Esports Academy isn't really taking them that serious. And because of that, EXO-IND is just able to find these free picks. Global Esports Academy, you better not underestimate your opponents and start playing this game seriously. You've lost 3 rounds back-to-back in a row. And it won't be too far away when we might just see the scoreline tied up. So Global Esports Academy, It's time to wake up, time to take things a little bit more serious, because XOIND is definitely putting a hell of a game on the board.
They most certainly are. Only 3 rounds deficit now. If all the next 3 rounds goes in the favor of XOIND, we are going to have a 6-6 first half. That's the best possible scenario for the players of XOIND. And since now even the ultimate progression is also looking really great, Steel Garden just 1 point away. The Viper Spit of UV can also be used, and seems like that is the case. He has already used the Viper Spit to block off the entry towards the C side. So that means it's only B or A where the players of XOIND are going to pivot. And B side is already stacked up now.
Yeah. XOIND, Snippist. He's in quite the awkward spot, at least as of now. Ebo, this Prowler, it's going to give him the sense that there is definitely someone close.
Launching thorns.
Snippist, he can't even do anything. Just needs to back away from that spot. That's why he uses those thorns too. He will be able to back away with these. A flash peek is going to be seen from the side of XOIND soon. Roombot tossed out to get any sort of intel or any sort of contact, but a great paranoia. That's going to push the players back once again, and Caramel wins that crucial duel. Global Esports Academy with the man advantage. 35 seconds left on the clock. XOIND, they need to make it towards the C site, but UV's got it locked down with his Viper Spit.
30 seconds left.
He's not going to let anyone pass on. Prowler used. It's going to sniff out UV. His position's compromised too. Paint Shield's tossed out as well. And UV, the man's got nowhere to go. Since his position's known, everyone is tossing out their utilities on that same spot. And even a knife vault's being utilized. UV, what was that? This man is destroying XOIND single-handedly. A 4K in the end.
Sorry. Big mistakes, blunders from the side of XOIND. It was such an ultimate heavy round. Nightfall was also invested, but it was just one single ultimate and one single guy who brought the entire team of XOIND to their knees, and that was UV. That guy was playing outside the Viper's pit, and the way he dodged off all the ultimates and utilities which XOIND was dropping in, and one after other, he was just popping off the heads. Already top fragging right now, 7-3. Global Esports Academy still in the lead. Major lead in fact.
Oh no. XOIND, they've already started things off once again with the advantage. It's never a good look for the players of Global Esports Academy. Whenever XOIND starts off with the advantage, they end up losing the round. And XOIND once again getting numbers of every single player of Global Esports Academy. 2-on-5. Can it really happen? No is going to be the answer. Roster's just hunting him down.
Spike planted.
Roster, an absolute demon. Single-handedly manhandling every single person from the side of Global Esports Academy, and now the last man as well. Positions compromised. Is Roster really going to push up and try and get his hands on the ace? Caramel needs to deny it no matter what. His ace might just be stolen by someone. Roster pushes up, does not see the opponent on the right, but Caramel destroys him. The man still standing alive, needs to find the third, but will be denied this time.
A 4K has been answered by a 4K by the players of XOIND. Could have been an ace as well, but Caramel denied that. In fact, he did manage to drop few weaponries from the side of XOIND as well. The thing is, Global Esports Academy, now they have to realize and understand that they need to change their own pace. If they go for the aggressive stance, XOIND is also prepared for that, and the duels can go in the favor of XOIND. A slow approach could be the key for the players of Global Esports Academy. Try to bait out as many utils of XOIND, and maybe for the retake, things might go in the favor of Global Esports Academy.
Yeah, it's the last round anyway, so give it all you've got. Both the teams, they've got Steel Garden available. So let's see how well they are going to be able to find the timing. This man, he lines him up. Off the rip, 2 players down. Global Esports Academy, what a massive advantage. Snippist, who had the win condition in his hand, which is the Steel Garden, is not there in the game anymore. Showstopper used. It does not find any sort of value once again. XOIND, they're making a lot of mistakes. And Global Esports Academy, they've wanted exactly that. Keep this thing in mind, Global Esports Academy as well, they've lost their own Steel Garden, so this is not going to be that useful, but Trist, luckily enough, the man gets his hands on the Rolling Thunder, which is going to put the Halls a little bit more on this retake from Global Esports Academy. Trist constantly tossing out utilities, completely keeping that side of the site on lockdown, so the players need to funnel in from the top, but Kipo is able to find the important frag, and a good trade from Risen too.
A good round conversion from the side of Global Esports Academy. The Steel Garden, the utilities, nothing really worked for the players of Exoini. 8-4 swap in the favor of Global Esports Academy. And now Global Esports Academy will start in the attacking half. In the attack in the second half. This is not at all a good news. Defense is never easy on the map of Lotus. And if Exoini's defense is weak, there is a solid chance of Global Esports Academy showing a dominating performance, one-sided domination. But if you also want to show one-sided domination, all you need is OMEN laptops, OMEN Max 16, a new standard for gaming performance. It has got Intel Core Ultra 9 processor, 275Hz, 160GB NVIDIA GeForce RTX 5080, OMEN Tempest Cooling Pro, and customizable RGB light bar as well. So many deals. Just scan the QR code or go to your nearest HP stores.
Back towards the game once again, though. Back towards the pistol round itself. I would love to agree with you. Yes, I know Lotus is an attacking-sided map, but watching the South Asian team so far, they have been doing really good on defense compared to attack on this particular map. So you never know. Things can be flipped apart. This time around, Exo, they have managed to get quite the valuable intel. This was not a needed swing, and that's why the man loses his life. Global Esports Academy, they've got each other's back, and you love to see it. XOIND, big miss up. Global Esports Academy, massive man advantage in the hand now. It's going to be tough to steal back. Questionable paint shields, not finding any sort of value. Global Esports Academy, 3 players up. 3 on 5 to be executed. This paranoia is definitely going to shove the man back. XOIND looking to make it towards the side slowly and steadily, but to do so, they at least need to find the first frag, which is being denied. No peeks yet from the side of Global Esports Academy. Snippist did try to peek on the back of that flash, but this peek from Yui, it's going to be extremely deadly. What was Roster doing? He should have got his team's back, but now Roster, oh no, the man's backing away. He's going to get pushed on by every single person at Global Esports Academy. Utter disrespect.
Here's the thing, if ExoIND really wants to play on the retake, they need to play like a unit. They need to pair up those utilities and play like a unit. If you notice, when the entire team was trying for the retake towards the A, Snippist was all the way towards C and C Link. He took his sweet little time where his teammates were dying. So ExoIND need to be a little more proactive in those retakes, or just try to completely block the entry into the site. That could be the case, which might work in their favor, but for now, they don't have enough creds. Eco round for them should be the 10th one. Is it too late for ExoIND to change things around?
Yeah, it's too late. Looking at the scoreline, it's extremely late. This round's going to give them the 10th round on the board, which is already a double digit. And after that, they just need 3 more to conclude it.
Where are you?
So yeah, technically, if you talk about it, Global Esports Academy just needs 4 more rounds. While the players of XOIND, they've still got a Herculean task they need to execute. And since now, even the weaponry advantage is in the hands of Exo. Not Exo, Global Esports Academy.
There.
Once again, for XOIND to do anything just gets even difficult. They do have the Sheriffs, but they need to find instant contact, instant value. The Sheriff does find the contact, but it's not able to find the value that it's supposed to. But Snippist, he still gets away with murder, and Gorong is able to find an important frag just on the back of that classic. Gorong, the man's already tasted blood. He wants to take down a few more players himself. Snippist is able to find too much value. Global Esports Academy starting to panic. It's down to just Risen. Can he really clutch it out for the boys? And what a shot that was! Risen, he can actually do it, and yes, he does! Saves the day for Global Esports Academy. This round was a sinking ship.
It looked like it will go in the favor of EXO-IND. EXO-IND will convert the eco round, but just one single guy. And here's the problem. If you notice, the last 3 fights which Risen had, individual fights were given to him. EXO-IND, like I said, they need to play like a unit. Yes, there was a high-low setup, but Risen did definitely break into that high-low setup as well and eliminated both the players of EXO-IND. A timeout should be on the way, and it is there. But again, I'll repeat, maybe it's already too late.
Yeah, I mean, they've taken too many timeouts. Technically, even the first map itself was a timeout from them.
Ouch.
So yeah, for EXO-IND, they are taking this tactical timeout, but the question is it really going to be helping them out? Technically, on paper, it is supposed to help them out since they've got the weaponry advantage. And Global Esports Academy, it's quite weird to see the boys actually go on for a bonus round in this one, since they only had one weapon retrieved in that previous one. So still Global Esports Academy sticking to the basics, not really forcing it. In my opinion, Global Esports Academy should have went for the bye.
Yeah.
They only need 3 more rounds, so they should have done it. But since Global Esports Academy does not really want to play with a lot of risk, they're still going to stick to the safer route.
They don't want to risk anything, like you said. Taking their extra precautions, as always, going by the book. But for the time being, few of the players of Global Esports Academy are trying to create few question marks around the C mount, but look how deep Risen has went into the B site.
How do you leave the B site unchecked like that? EXO-IND, these are some rookie mistakes! And now Global Esports Academy is constantly punishing you on the back of those mistakes. Deal with the consequences, my friends. Everyone from Global Esports Academy wants to break that door, break on the A site, but no, it's going to be the answer. They cancel that at the last second. There is still Caramel on the flank, and he's holding the exit of C. The moment anyone decides to move on towards C-main, will be cut off, but no, Caramel moves away at the wrong time, and Roster, he springs back to life, but Caramel, he still shuts down Gorog. Global Esports Academy, mad advantage in the hands, and now it's going to be possible to stop them. 11-4.
Yeah, 11-4 in the favor
my
of Global Esports Academy. They perfectly dodged that fault line of Trist and swinged out, dealt with the entire team of EXO-IND. It was all about the timing. If that fault line had connected to the players of Global Esports Academy, maybe there would have been a possibility of EXO-IND converting that round. But since that didn't happen, Global Esports Academy was just one step ahead of EXO-IND. And now they have put the Viper's Pit, a full buy on the other side. EXO-IND, just Sheriffs.
Complete one-sided beatdown. And there's no way. It's funny how Roster spotted that Outlaw and instantly just backed away. He knew. That's going to be a death peak right there.
Cover going out.
The main question is, where will they now rotate towards? C-side is completely left open. No one's playing on the C-side, but Global Esports Academy feels like they're slowly and steadily starting to lean in towards the A-site. And A-site is heavily stacked with foes. At least not as of now. EXO-IND, wrong read coming in from them. They think everyone's moving towards C, but instead Global Esports Academy, they might just have the perfect timing. Trist, right behind the door towards Tree. Trist might just have the surprise angle, but no, that Prowler gives it away. Trist, he whiffs it big time. And that surprise angle now taken away, and Global Esports Academy having a free sight tank in their head. Omen spot it. That spam is not able to find anything. Caramel finds an important frag. Now it's taken down to a 3-on-5. Man advantage big time, favoring the players of Global Esports Academy. Final 3 men standing. Won't make that just once since last Driver. He's the only glimmer of hope. He's able to take away Gurv, but that's all he found. Taking away the second man's going to be extremely tough. He does have a bit of that kit available, but he cannot even use it.
And now Global Esports Academy not only on the map point but on the series point. They just need one more, and they've got two major ultimates to convert the 13th round in their favor. One being the Viper Spit, the second being the Showstopper. And the Showstopper itself can provide so much value to Global Esports Academy, and the way the pins are already coming in on the map seems like once again Global Esports Academy are going for the A execute. But it's a stacked up site, 3+ already present inside the site. So let's see how Global Esports Academy is actually going to breach into the defense this time.
XOIND, proactive control towards Rubble this time. They want to stop aggression with aggression. Fight fire to fire. But this fiery start of this round might just mean a complete disaster for the players of XOIND. But no, instead, XOIND, they ruined the plans of Global Esports Academy. There is still a trade. It is still doable for Global Esports Academy, especially if they keep on winning duels like that. Should be much more easier. Caramel, the man single-handedly found the contact and also the entire site control. And Caramel is now going to start to funnel in all the way towards spawn.
Spikes
planted. The control of the defender's spawn. He can pretty much cut down every single possible rotation that might just be coming through. Caramel has a massive lurk. He catches the first. Could have caught the second one as well, and I know Caramel's itching to go for that peak. Exo down to just two-man advantage now in the hands of Global Esports Academy. It's a complete flip of the script. Make that a 2v1 now. Exo, one last man standing. Snippus, what can he do? Flashed completely. He can't do anything. Global Esports Academy, it's a 13-4 clean sweep from the boys. A one-sided, single-handed meltdown.
Yeah, a single side domination is what Global Esports Academy showcased at, and everyone just kind of anticipated that this is exactly what's going to happen on the map of Lotus, be it a strong map for the players of XOIND, but Global Esports Academy, they have the momentum, they have got everything, they have got the confidence in their favor, especially after what happened in the first map, and especially Caramel, the way this guy has been on those flanks and lurk plays. His lurk plays have been so fantastic in the defense, be it any avenue of the map, he always got that value. And Risen also, whenever the situation demanded him to clutch it out, this guy was always clutching it out. So perfect execution by the players of Global Esports Academy.
Of course, it did feel like for a moment Global Esports Academy did start to lose a few series of rounds, but luckily enough, those were the only 4 rounds Global Esports Academy lose. Yeah. Later on, we did see a complete one-sided beatdown. Global Esports Academy winning back-to-back rounds, and once again for XOIND, I mentioned this too, after starting off with a handicap, with the map down already, it's not going to give you a good look. At the same time, it's not going to put you in the best possible mental states. And I guess that was one of the main reasons why their demise is now seen.
It's not only about the mental state, Necro. Yes, I do agree it does affect your performance if you had any sort of counters prepared for the opponent. That also goes down the drain because of what happened. But let's be honest, XOIND have been struggling in the entire VCSA, be it Split 1, Split 2 or Split 3. They didn't have any good performances throughout the journey. So it was bound to happen. Even if they had played on map number 1, they could have taken one map out of the hands of Global Esports Academy, but the overall victory would have gone in the favor of Global Esports Academy.
Yeah, nothing taken away from that, right? XOIND at the end of the day is not really a strong team. They're pretty much on the weaker side of the spectrum, and they definitely do have a lot to improve on. Getting 13-0 by a team like Revenant XSpark, and now getting completely beat down by the players of Global Esports Academy in a 13-4 fashion. It's not something that you should be proud of. And yeah, one thing is for sure, the players of XOIND, they've got a lot to improve on. Hopefully when we see them back in the future in this Valorant Pro circuit, we might just see a completely different XOIND. We might just see a completely different roster. But I just want to see them perform better. I just want to see this banner achieve the sky limit.
Just like the players of Asterisk, if you notice, Asterisk was also struggling in Split 2 and Split 1, but the way they have improved the gameplay, even Exe will, if you look at the performance, so many teams have improved in the entire duration of these 3 splits. So I'm very sure XOIND, they're also going to come back much stronger next time whenever we are going to see them. They're going to rectify all the mistakes, and I'm sure they're going to learn few more good things from all the top teams of the Indian circuit. But for now, XOIND, yes, lot of improvements need to be made.
I think the prime example over here has to be SE2L Esports. The way they started their journey off in the Split 1, none of us thought that SE2L might just be one of the top tier teams. They were struggling so much, they were not doing too hot in the overall standings either, since it was a round robin format in Split 1. And we thought that they might just be done for. But as the split one came to an end, we saw some signs of life from the side of Exe. And as the split 2 arrived, Exe was doing pretty good for themselves. And now in split 3, Exe is just dominating. They've pretty much achieved that rocket pace, and it feels like they're not going to be stopping anytime soon. But the MVP of that previous matchup is going to be UV with 18 frags and the ACS of 284 with just one first frag.
Yeah, headshot percentage is also pretty high, 37.8%. Damage per round is 175. So as a controller, I think UV was doing so much. Those clutches were, those multiple 2K, 3Ks were there from the side of UV. He was doing so much. The entire team of Global Esports Academy, so like at least in the first half, were just W gaming. The entire first half was just a W gaming from their side. And UV was the guy who was also doing so much in getting those frags.
Yeah, pretty much, as we do see the stats as well revealed on the screen. XOIND, yeah, after a complete one-sided beatdown. Luckily enough, at least they are pretty much matching towards the first frag section. But then you move on towards the post plants. Global Esports Academy, pretty much good over there too. You move on towards clutches. Global Esports Academy, they had one clutch on the board. None of these teams were able to convert any sort of thrifties.
Yeah, no thrifty, just one single clutch from the side of Global Esports Academy. But EXOIND did try to convert the thrifty round. They came very close to converting the thrifty, but were not actually able to convert it. And if your duelist is the one, I hate to say this, was solo carrying the entire team.
Straight up.
17 and 16.
He was the only one that was able to match up to the pace of Global Esports Academy, while the rest of the players, yeah, they were definitely slacking off by quite a big margin. Lost River, I think in the first round, he was just all the way back towards spawn. I think the man was AFK. And because of that as well, they ended up losing the entirety of that pistol round. But Roster in the mid-pack, the only reason why they got those four rounds, it's because of Roster. This man was single-handedly just dominating those rounds, getting multi-frags.
I second that, 100% completely agree to that, and the stats are also speaking for themselves. But if you look at the stats of Trist as well, although he has got this assist, but the ultimates, the Rolling Thunders were not providing much value to Trist as well. Even Last River is also really not coming on in 86 ACS and just few assists and not too many frags also. Even he also needs to work on the initiator utility. Double initiator still lacking on information, so that means EXOIND, something was broken in this agent composition.
Of course, I mean, it's not just about the agent composition. It feels like Global Esports Academy was just superior.
Yeah.
Even as individual players, even as game mechanics, it just felt like they were proven unparalleled. Global Esports Academy was just better no matter what sort of aspect you bring in on the board. They were just better. The only person, as I mentioned, who was able to match up to that pace was Roster. And the only reason why they got those 4 rounds is because of Roster. And at the same time, in one of the rounds, they utilized pretty much every single ultimate they had available. We saw them use the Rolling Thunder. We saw them use the Showstopper. We saw them use the Steel Garden. They pretty much put every single thing on the board to get that one round in their hand.
It was the combination. They had to pair up the ultimates with the utilities. The pairing of the utilities were completely missing from the side of EXOIND, and it was there from the side of Global Esports Academy. If you notice in the first half, the way they were combining those utils, it was every single time working in the favor of Global Esports Academy. But looking at the brackets for Group A, Revenant and SA12, they had to face against each other yesterday, and SA12 became the first team to qualify for the playoffs. And now Global Esports Academy is moving forward, and the next matchup is against Revenant XSpark.
This kind of hurts, because generally speaking, both these teams are extremely good and quite deserving to be there in the playoffs. Global Esports Academy, Revenant XSpark, solid names right there. Revenant XSpark, I highly doubt they might be losing against the players of Global Esports Academy, but it's still, in my opinion, 60-50. Revenant XSpark might just have the advantage since their mental is going to be a little bit more stronger. But for Global Esports Academy, they need this win and they need to qualify towards the playoffs if they do want to move it towards the Ascension qualifiers. So that's it. As we move on towards the Group B bracket now, in the elimination bracket, we will have .exe versus Asterisk, and the qualified team so far from the Group B is just Velocity. That means anyone from .exe or Asterisk will move on towards the playoffs.
elimination matches, they always hurt. They always bring the extra pressure. And this time, Revenant XSpark for the first time is going to deal with the pressure. Yes, on paper, it looks like Revenant XSpark might move into the playoffs and Global Esports Academy can get eliminated. But wait a second. This is split 3. We are seeing so many, should I say, surprises or disappointments?
Yes.
Anything can happen.
Surprises.
Global Esports Academy can also be the one to make it into the playoffs. Anything can happen.
I mean, it's split 3. We have seen teams going up, we've seen teams going down, and speaking of going down, Reckoning Esports is a prime example of that. The performance has not been improving, instead it's been degrading day by day. They first lost against a team like Asterisk, and now you look at Reckoning Esports 2 in the series that we saw them today. Reckoning Esports was struggling a lot, which is, of course, quite unfortunate. But then you move on the conversation towards another astonishing moment that we witnessed in the split 3 so far. It is Revenant XSpark moving down to the elimination bracket, losing to the players of SE2. That was also quite an interesting matchup.
But in that case, we can definitely say that SE2 has improved their gameplay. That's the reason that Revenant was pushed into the low bracket. Revenant was stuck. They became stagnant. That we are the best after split 2. And they were just not prepared for the counter strats which SE2 was preparing. And SE2 was actually playing really, really good.
Without a doubt, but I'm pretty sure another big surprise has to be Reckoning Esports getting eliminated, right? None of us saw this coming. I personally thought Reckoning Esports might just be one of the teams that might just easily qualify to the playoffs, but now Reckoning Esports losing out against .exe, I never saw this coming. But still, we need to have a look at the overall circuit points to figure out if they have moved on towards the Ascension qualifiers or not, which is highly unlikely. I don't think Reckoning Esports will have enough points at the end of split 3 to actually move on towards the Ascension qualifiers. But Shadow, since we know we're pretty much at the end of the day, you've got any final words to say?
Good luck to tomorrow's matches for all the teams. Anything can happen. I really want to see a close matchup of Revenant XSpark and Global Esports Academy first of all.
Exactly. Tomorrow we're once again going to move on to the elimination bracket itself, and we might just see a few big names getting eliminated. But with that being said, today's day comes to an end. That's it. Going to be me, Necro, and even from Shadow. We'll see you guys tomorrow with some more exciting matchups.
Here we go! What's this?
Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. I ain't taking no loss, no loss, no loss. Look, come on, always win. And I'ma do it again. Watch me win. Then watch me do it again. I'ma always win.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.